عاملين خير الكتائب أجمعين من شيدوا صرح الرشاد ليرفعوا لله دين. حي الشباب العاملين خير الكتائب أجمعين من شيدوا صرح الرشاد ليرفعوا لله دين. من قد أبوا إلا الصلاة من مصلحين لا يعملون لغاية إلا صلاح المسلمين. من قد أبوا إلا الصلاح فديتهم من مصلحين لا يعملون لغاية إلا فلاح المسلمين. لا يعملون لغاية إلا فلاح المسلمين.
جاءوا الملا برسالة بيضاء من وحي الأمين ودعوا إلى السير القويم على غرار السالفين.
جاءوا الملا برسالة بيضاء من وحي الأمين ودعوا إلى السير القويم على غرار السالفين.
قسما لهم مجد نظر فاق مجد الخالد ومشى الركاب بذكرهم ندا على مر السنين.
قسما لهم مجد أقر فاق مجد الخالد ومشى الركاب بذكرهم ندا على مر السنين. قسما لهم مجد أقر فاق مجد الخالد ومشى الركاب بذكرهم ندا على مر السنين.
ومشى الركاب بذكرهم ندا على مر السنين.
حي الشباب العاملين خير الكتائب أجمعين من شيدوا صرح الرشاد ليرفعوا لله دين.
من قد أبوا
إلا الصلاة من مصلحين لا يعملون لغاية إلا فلاح المسلمين. من قد أبوا إلا الصلاح فديتهم من مصلحين لا يعملون لغاية إلا فلاح المسلمين. لا يعملون لغاية إلا فلاح المسلمين.
يا أمتي تاج الأمم ودرة العرش المكين هذا الرداء من التكاسل والخمول ستخلعين.
هي أمتي تاج الأمم ودرة العرش المكين هذا الرداء من التكاسل والخمول ستخلعين.
إن كل عزم للشيوخ وبالنجاح لهم ندي لا تجزعي أو تيسي عزم الشبيبة لا.
إن كل عزم للشيوخ وبالنجاح لهم ندي لا تجزعي أو تيأسي عزم الشبيبة لا يلي. إن كل عزم للشيوخ وبالنجاح لهم ندي لا تجزعي أو تيأسي عزم الشبيبة لا يلي.
لا تجزعي أو تيأسي عزم الشبيبة لا يلي.
حي الشباب حي الشباب حي الشباب حي الشباب حي الشباب العاملين.
يا فتية الإرشاد جند المجد مصباح اليقين يا فخر من حمل المشاعر للهدى في العالمين.
يا فتية الإرشاد جند المجد مصباح اليقين يا فخر من حمل المشاعر للهدى في العالمين.
سيروا إلى العليا إلى قرة عيون الحاسدين والله جل يمدكم بالعون والنصر المبين.
سيروا إلى العليا إلى قرة عيون الحاسدين والله جل يمدكم بالعون والنصر المبين. سيروا إلى العليا إلى قرة عيون الحاسدين والله جل يمدكم بالعون والنصر المبين.
والله جل يمدكم بالعون والنصر المبين.
والله جل يمدكم بالعون والنصر المبين.
حي الشباب حي الشباب حي الشباب العاملين.
حي الشباب العاملين خير الكتائب أجمعين من شيدوا صرح الرشاد ليرفعوا لله دين. من قد أبوا إلا الصلاح فديتهم من مصلحين لا يعملون لغاية إلا فلاح المسلمين. حي الشباب العاملين خير الكتائب أجمعين من شيدوا صرح الرشاد.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. So, inshallah, to begin our program tonight, we'll be starting with ayat from Surah An-Nur. And after the recitation, inshallah, we'll just have a short explanation of what we read and some tafsir behind it. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. لقد أنزلنا آيات مبينات والله يهدي من يشاء إلى صراط مستقيم ويقولون آمنا بالله وبالرسول وأطعنا ثم يتولى فريق منهم من بعد ذلك وما أولئك بالمؤمنين وإذا دعوا إلى الله ورسوله ليحكم بينهم إذا فريق منهم معرضون وإن يكن لهم الحق يأتوا إليه مذعنين أفي قلوبهم مرض أم ارتابوا أم يخافون أن يحيف الله عليهم ورسوله بل أولئك هم الظالمون إنما كان قول المؤمنين إذا دعوا إلى الله ورسوله ليحكم بينهم أن يقولوا سمعنا وأطعنا وأولئك هم المفلحون ومن يطع الله ورسوله ويخشى الله ويتقه فأولئك هم الفائزون وأقسموا بالله جهد أيمانهم لئن أمرتهم ليخرجن قل لا تقسموا طاعة معروفة إن الله خبير بما تعملون قل أطيعوا الله وأطيعوا الرسول فإن تولوا فإنما عليه ما حمل وعليكم ما حملتم وإن تطيعوه تهتدوا وما على الرسول إلا البلاغ المبين وعد الله الذين آمنوا منكم وعملوا الصالحات ليستخلفنهم في الأرض كما استخلف الذين من قبلهم وليمكنن لهم دينهم الذي ارتضى لهم وليبدلنهم من بعد خوفهم أمنا يعبدونني لا يشركون بي شيئا ومن كفر بعد ذلك فأولئك هم الفاسقون وأقيموا الصلاة وآتوا الزكاة وأطيعوا الرسول لعلكم ترحمون صدق الله العظيم. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala tells us in the ayahs from 47 to 56, starting by saying لَقَدْ أَنزَلْنَا آيَةٍ مُبَيِّنَاتٍ, that indeed we have revealed very clear ayat. Wallahu yahdi man yasha'u ila siratin mustaqim, and indeed for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is hidayah, that he leads who he pleases to the straight path. وَيَقُولُونَ, now Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is giving us examples of both the mushrikeen and the mu'mineen He gives us examples of the true believers versus those hypocrites. ويقولون آمنا بالله وبالرسول وأطعنا ثم يتولى فريق منهم من بعد ذلك وما أولئك بالمؤمنين. That there will be a group of people, they'll come and they say, we believed. And they'll say, we believe in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and His Rasul, وَأَطَعْنَا, and that we obey, ثُمَّ يَتَوَلَّى فَرِيقٌ مِّنْهُمْ, and then a group of them will disobey, and they'll turn away from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gives ta'keed, He makes sure that we know, وَمَا أُولَٰئِكَ بِالْمُؤْمِنِينَ, that indeed these people, they're not believers. وَإِذَا دُعُوا إِلَى اللَّهِ وَرَسُولِهِ لِيَحْكُمَ بَيْنَهُمْ إِذَا فَرِيقٌ مِّنْهُم مُعْرِضُونَ وَإِن يَكُنْ لَهُمُ الْحَقُّ يَأْتُوا إِلَيْهِ مُذْعِنِينَ, that these people, in how fake they are and how much they have now turned away from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, even when they're called to come do something, when they're called to judge by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and His book, then they turn away from it and they find other ways. أَفِي قُلُوبِهِم مَرَضٌ أَمِ ارْتَابُوا أَمْ يَخَافُونَ أَن يَحِيفَ اللَّهُ عَلَيْهِمْ وَرَسُولُهُ. Is there some kind of sickness in their heart? That these people, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has given them their deen, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has given them this iman, and still they're disobeying. بَلْ أُولَٰئِكَ هُمُ الظَّالِمُونَ, that indeed these people are the oppressors. وإنما كان قول المؤمنون إذا دعوا إلى الله ورسوله ليحكم بينهم أن يقولوا سمعنا وأطعنا. That indeed for the believers, when they are called, when they say, we believe in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and His Rasul, and now they're called to make action, that they say سمعنا وأطعنا وأولئك هم المفلحون. That indeed these people, they're successful ones. ومن يطع الله ورسوله ويخشى الله ويتقه فأولئك هم الفائزون. That indeed for those people who they fear Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and they fear to disobey what their Prophet alayhi salatu wasalam has told them, ويخشى الله ويتقه فأولئك هم الفائزون, that these people once again, they are the true winners. وأقسموا بالله جهد أيمانهم لئن أمرتهم ليخرجون قل لا تقسموا طاعة معروفة إن الله خبير بما تعملون. That these people, indeed when they're called, they come and they act. قل أطيعوا الله وأطيعوا الرسول فإن تولوا فإنما عليه ما حمل وعليكم ما حملتم. That there is a responsibility that's now upon you. That, oh believers, you've taken up this oath, now there's a responsibility that follows that. وَإِن تُطِيعُوهُ تَهْتَدُوا وَمَا عَلَى الرَّسُولِ إِلَّا الْبَلَاغُ الْمُبِينَ. That indeed upon the Prophet isn't except that he makes the message clear. وَعَدَ اللَّهُ الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا مِنْكُمْ وَعَمِلُوا الصَّالِحَاتِ لَيَسْتَخْلِفَنَّهُمْ فِي الْأَرْضِ كَمَا اسْتَخْلَفَ الَّذِينَ مِنْ قَبْلِهِمْ وَلَيُمَكِّنَنَّ لَهُمْ دِينَهُمُ الَّذِي ارْتَضَى لَهُمْ وَلَيُبَدِّلَنَّهُمْ مِنْ بَعْدِ خَوْفِهِمْ أَمْنًا. That indeed Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has now promised the believers. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is giving a promise. وَعَدَ اللَّهُ الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا, that He's promising them when they do these good actions, when they follow Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and His Rasul, that He will indeed, most definitely, when there's this lamb comes here with this noon, it shows some form of ta'keed. لا يستخلفنهم في الأرض, that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will give them rulership over the earth. كما استخلف الذين من قبلهم, like Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala did for those who came before them. ولا يمكنن لهم دينهم الذي ارتضى به لهم ولا يبدلنهم من بعد خوفهم أمنا. That Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, He will make them makin, He'll make them set in this earth and have ownership of it. وَلَا يُبَدِّلَنَّهُم مِّن بَعْدِ خَوْفِهِمْ أَمْنًا. And then after all this fear that the believers are going through, after all this hardship, that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will give them security. يَعْبُدُونَنِي لَا يُشْرِكُونَ بِي شَيْئًا, that they obey me and they worship me only and they don't make any shirk with me. وَمَنْ كَفَرَ بَعْدَ ذَلِكَ فَأُولَٰئِكَ هُمُ الْفَاسِقُونَ. And those people who make kufr after this, then these people, they're the losers. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has given them very clear ayat, and still they're disobeying. وَأَقِيمُوا الصَّلَاةَ. Now Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is giving us an ayah. وَأَقِيمُوا الصَّلَاةَ وَآتُوا an amr, a command. وَأَقِيمُوا الصَّلَاةَ وَآتُوا الزَّكَاةَ. And uphold salah and give zakah. وَأَطِيعُوا الرَّسُولَ لَعَلَّكُمْ تُرْحَمُونَ. And you follow Rasulullah alayhi salatu wasalam, the Prophet, and his teachings, so that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala can have rahmah on you. So these very clear ayat, as just something that will lead us inshallah, into the topics that will be covered today. That when we turn to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and we follow Him and we follow His Rasul, and we make, not only do we say, I believe in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and Rasul, but we also follow up with our actions. So, inshallah, the following talks will follow a similar topic, that we should follow up with our words, action. Jazakumullah khair.
حي الشباب العاملين خير الكتائب أجمعين من شيدوا صرح الرشاد ليرفعوا لله دين. حي الشباب العاملين خير الكتائب أجمعين من شيدوا صرح الرشاد ليرفعوا لله دين. من قد أبوا إلا الصلاة من مصلحين لا يعملون لغاية إلا صلاح المسلمين. من قد أبوا إلا الصلاح فديتهم من مصلحين لا يعملون لغاية إلا فلاح المسلمين. لا يعملون لغاية إلا فلاح المسلمين.
جاءوا الملا برسالة بيضاء من وحي الأمين ودعوا إلى السير القويم على غرار السالفين.
جاءوا الملا برسالة بيضاء من وحي الأمين ودعوا إلى السير القويم على غرار السالفين.
قسما لهم مجد نظر فاق مجد الخالد ومشى الركاب بذكرهم ندا على مر السنين.
قسما لهم مجد أبر فاق مجد الخالد ومشى الركاب بذكرهم ندا على مر السنين. قسما لهم مجد أبر فاق مجد الخالد ومشى الركاب بذكرهم ندا على مر السنين.
ومشى الركاب بذكرهم ندا على مر السنين.
حي الشباب العاملين خير الكتائب أجمعين من شيدوا صرح الرشاد ليرفعوا لله دين.
من قد أبوا
إلا الصلاة من مصلحين لا يعملون لغاية إلا فلاح المسلمين. من قد أبوا إلا الصلاح فديتهم من مصلحين لا يعملون لغاية إلا فلاح المسلمين. لا يعملون.
الحمد لله رب العالمين صلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. Dear brothers and sisters, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh, and welcome back to Islamic Oasis Conference, International Conference 2021. Dear brothers and sisters, after a successful day yesterday, where we brought teachers, scholars, activists, humanitarian workers from across the globe. We had brothers from Somalia, we had brothers from Afghanistan, we had people speaking to us from Jordan, directly from Jordan, scholars. We spoke on economics of Islam. We spoke on the need of the Muslims and the challenges that the Muslims are facing across the globe. And we ended with the bankrupt systems that we live under today. And now, bi'iznillahi ta'ala, we will go to the Seerah of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the best of mankind sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and try from the glimpses of his life, try to learn what it is today that the ummah must do. After all, he is our example, he is our qudwah. And for that, we invite Sheikh Asim Kazi, inshallah, Hafidhullah, may Allah protect him, may Allah preserve him. And the conversation will be regarding the life of the Prophet ﷺ, the struggles of the Prophet ﷺ, and what we learn from these struggles. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah, ya Sheikh.
Alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Hold on, before we begin, can we raise the volume here? I can barely hear him.
Talking about me or talking to somebody?
No, us, we got it.
Okay.
So, Sheikh, let's begin. A lot of times when we talk about the Seerah of the Prophet ﷺ, unfortunately, we look at the spiritual side of the Prophet ﷺ, and the Seerah itself is thought as if it's just a story to be thought, rather than not only a biography, not only a spiritual side, but also an actual method for the Muslim ummah for the revival itself. It is a political seerah, it is a spiritual seerah, it is a seerah as a human being and as a Rasul, what it is that we learn from Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So if you can touch on a little bit of his life to begin this session, inshallah.
Jazakallah khair for giving me the chance to touch on one of the most important subjects in Islam, which is the life of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And the reason I said this is one of the most important subjects because he is the one sallallahu alaihi wasallam who carried the message from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to us and the rest of the mankind. And Allah Azza wa Jal talks about Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam in Surah Al-Ahzab, for example, when he says, أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم لقد كان لكم في رسول الله أسوة حسنة لمن كان يرجو الله واليوم الآخر وذكر الله كثيرا صدق الله العظيم. In this ayat al-Mubarakah, Allah Azza wa Jal is telling us, and actually it is in the form of the command, that it is indeed in the life of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam we have the best example. The reason I say it's in the form of the command because of the context of the ayah, as the rest of the ayah says that لمن كان يرجو الله واليوم الآخر وذكر الله كثيرا, that whosoever wishes to have hope in the day of judgment, Yawm al-Akhirah, then he should remember Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Whenever something is connected to Yawm al-Akhirah, it means that thing is obligation, number one. So when we talk about Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam being as our qudwa, as our leader, as our example, this is a must for us to follow. This is not something recommended to us that if you feel like it, you follow Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. No, that's not what it is. He was the messenger and continue to be followed as command from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So it's a must for us to study the Seerah of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, to understand what were the circumstances that he lived in prior to Islam, and once he became prophet, and then how he changed the society from a Jahiliyyah society to the society of Islam in Medina. So hence it is important to learn his life prior to he became prophet, and then during while he was in the Meccan era, when he was working towards his mission statement, where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has told us in the Quran in multiple occasions that he was sent with a mission. And that mission was not like something that happened to be fulfilled when he migrated from Mecca to Medina. Rather, he worked towards that fulfillment of that mission. And the mission was that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in 3 occasions says, هُوَ الَّذِي أَرْسَلَ رَسُولَهُ بِالْهُدَى وَدِينِ الْحَقِّ لِيُظْهِرَهُ عَلَى الدِّينِ كُلِّهِ وَلَوْ كَرِهَ الْمُشْرِكُونَ. 2 places he said, وَلَوْ كَرِهَ الْمُشْرِكُونَ, and the 3rd place he said, وَكَفَى بِاللَّهِ شَهِيدًا. That which means that he sent Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, his prophet, with the guidance, with the message of truth. So this way of life, this deen, it's not talking about just this spiritual aspect of the deen, rather this way of life. This prevails over the other ways of life that existed prior to Islam. And that's why when we study the Seerah of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, we are looking for a way of life that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala descended to us through Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, his actions, his sayings, and his those actions that were performed in front of him, and he stayed silent by accepting the action. All those things are part of the Sunnah of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam that need to be followed, that need to be studied. And we know that besides the Quran, Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam was sent with his Sunnah, which was also part of Wahy, as Allah Azza wa Jal says, وَمَا يَنْتِقُ عَنِ الْهَوَىٰ إِنْ هُوَ إِلَّا وَحْيٌ يُوحَىٰ, that he does not say anything except what is revealed to him through the Wahy. Yes.
Sheikh Asim, here the question I want to begin with is, a lot of times when we are studying the Seerah, or we're doing tafsir, or we're learning the tafsir, this ayah, that لِيَظْهِرَهُ عَلَى الدِّينِ كُلِّهِ وَلَوْ كَرِهَ الْمُشْرِكُونَ. A lot of times people, even the ulama, we see them that it seems that most, thought or think that when we are talking about shirk is that it's only when we are talking about idols, right? That we are only talking about idols, or we're only talking about, just some traditions and beliefs. But people they don't understand that when we are talking about, taghut, ala dini kulli, walau kariha al-mushrikun. Yani this deen has to dominate over all other adyan, all other ways of life, whether it's any ism, capitalism, communism, democracy, any type of kufr and any type of taghut that exists. Why is it that we don't see that type of discussion taking place when we study the seerah of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Amongst the ulama in particular, and the masses, obviously, if the ulama are not discussing, then what will the ammatun nas discuss?
Yeah, but before I go into the aspect of why I think is not discussed, I want to take it back to, mashallah, I don't know the name of the brother who was reciting the part of Brother Muhannat. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala protect him. When he was reading Surah An-Nur, and I was thinking about what he was reciting, the last ayah when he was talking about وَعَدَ اللَّهُ الَّذِينَ آمَنُوا لَيَسْتَخْلِفَنَّهُم فِي الْأَرْضِ. In that ayah, if you continue on, the latter part of the ayah says that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is promising something here. وَلَا يُبَدِّلَنَّهُم مِّن بَعْدِ خَوْفِهِمْ أَمْنًا. And then he says, يَعْبُدُونَنِي لَا يُشْرِكُونَ بِي شَيْئًا. See, subhanallah, even though he's talking about giving the authority to the believers who do the righteous deeds, and then he also talks about that your state that you are in, the state of fear, state of khawf you are in, Allah will change it with the amna, with the peace and security from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And then Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala right away says, يَعْبُدُونَنِي لَا يُشْرِكُونَ بِي شَيْئًا. Do not make shirk, worship me alone. See, here, even though ayah is not directly talking about some spiritual part of the deen, it is talking about the authority that Allah will provide to the believers. And then he is at the end connecting it right away that يَعْبُدُونَنِي لَا يُشْرِكُونَ بِي شَيْئًا, that worship me alone and do not make partners. That means that this is another sort of a shirk Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is talking about here. When we are making partners with Allah in anything, it doesn't have to be that when I bow down, whether I'm bowing down in the direction of the Kaaba, or a person is bowing down to a statue or some other god that he believes, a false god he believes in. That's not the only form of shirk. That's also part of shirk, that we are making partners in other asma wa sifat of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And one of them is Allah is al-Hakim. Allah is al-Adil. He is the one who gives the hukum. He is the one who provides the justice. We are not the one who should be coming up with our own rulings. We are our own way of thinking what is justice. It is from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala alone. So we have to remember that before we proceed. And I think if we don't have this basis, then we can wander in any direction. This is why I want to build this up and then talk about, okay, why would somebody else talk like that, the way they're talking, or they're not discussing the deen as a way of life. Sometimes actually they are saying it's a way of life. But when you translate that into the actions, you see that actually it is turning into a secular way of thinking and actions, right?
See, this is what I wanted to get to, because kufr is very innovative. It innovates. It's very it invents in many ways. It comes in many forms nowadays. And then today you have of course democracy itself and secularism and all of these other isms that are coming. The thing is, how important is it that I'm asking this because you're also an alim, somebody who has gone through the schooling system, gone through the madrasa system, and the average Muslims, they listen to the ulama. And how important is it that this subject of making kufr in taghut as part of discussion, when it comes to discussing, or when we are discussing shirk, how important is it that this should be discussed as part of discussing any form of shirk? And when we're talking about la ilaha illallah, we say la ma'budu haqqan illallah, and we kind of stop at, okay, like you were saying. But how important is it in the struggle for this ummah today, where ummah is looking for answers, ummah is looking for a solution? How important does this discussion become in studying of the seerah?
Hey, look,
and if you can give some examples.
Sure. If you look at the seerah of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, even, right? When we just to give the answer in a way of how important it is when you're talking about, it's a matter of iman and kufr. So how more important can it be? How more important can it be? This is part of our aqidah. And if a person cannot see that, he has to really go back and revisit the aqidah of Islam. That what are we talking about? right? So now, if you want to look at the seerah of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, I was actually doing some tafsir session in. I do something in Urdu as well. So in Urdu, we were doing that, and we were going through Surah Al-Qalam. Okay, and Surah Al-Qalam is one of those surahs which Mufassirin say that it was revealed in the very beginning of the da'wah of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Okay, and in the beginning of the da'wah, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala commanded Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, "Wala tuti'al mukaththibin," right? Do not follow the liars. Okay, and this ayah is followed by "Waddu law tudhinu fayudhinu." Here, this is kind of interesting. Right in the beginning of the da'wah of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, it seems like he was offered to make compromises, because the ayah says, "Waddu law tudhinu fayudhinun." They wished that you should compromise in your deen with them, so they can compromise with you. That's the idea, right? So they saw what Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam was bringing to the Meccans at that time, and not only the Meccans, as a matter of fact, from the beginning, it was very clear that the message was not only for Meccans only; it was for the mankind. And we'll talk about down the road, inshallah, about this subject also. The message from the beginning was like that. It was not for the Meccans; it was for the mankind. Yes, he was in Mecca, and the da'wah has to be done in Mecca at that time, but it was focused for the whole mankind. But the point I'm trying to make here is, see, the Meccans had no issue of worshipping gods. Okay, they worship Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And okay, my mic is echoing. It seems like one of the listeners have mentioned to me. Let me see what I can do here. Is it echoing for you as well?
Is there an echo? No, we're fine. We're fine.
Okay, on the YouTube, it seems like my voice is echoing, they're saying. Let me see if I can just turn off one of. It is hooked up. I don't know what to say. Sorry.
Maybe, okay, now try now, because I think we lowered the volume on our side a little bit.
Can you check if it's still echoing? Because it seemed like, yeah, you had it up and I could hear that too. I was hearing myself. Now it's okay. Yes.
Yeah, because we lowered the voice on our end, yeah.
Okay, that's fine then. Okay, so...
we like your voice so much, though, we want to hear it twice.
So, see, in the time of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the Meccans, it was not the issue for them that they did not believe in Allah Azza wa Jal. Quran mentions about that subject actually, that they believe in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Okay, the issue with them was to believe in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala as the sole Rabb, and only Ilah, only Rabb to be Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and that's what was the problem for them, and hence they wanted to stop Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam from that. Now today, the type of shirk is not necessarily is like that you will see those statues are in front of you. Now the shirk has taken different forms. As you were saying, they're becoming innovative about that. So now the innovation is coming in the angle of, okay, you want to worship one God in your synagogue, in your temple, in your church, in your whatsoever, or the masjid, nobody has any problem. But there's other gods who are sitting in the Senate or the Congress or parliaments or whatsoever all these rulings have, and they are doing the task or doing something that only belongs to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and has been taken by those people who are sitting in those political places, and they are making or doing legislation, making laws and all those things. That's another form of shirk that they're doing, right? So as far as that goes in the seerah of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, we see that they had no issue with Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam as a person. As a matter of fact, he was a loved one. Before even he called for Islam, before he was appointed as a prophet, they loved him. They loved him to the point they used to call him as-Sadiq wal-Amin. But the moment the very same al-Sadiq wal-Amin, or a salih, a righteous person, they thought of him, that righteous person took the job of a muslih, or a prophet, or the job which is part of being a salih. You cannot be righteous if you're not muslih. And right away, the Meccan society, it turned against Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. By the way, I am still hearing the echo on my side. When I speak, I hear it back. I'm not sure if it's only me or you guys. Now it's okay. I I guess I was not talking. That's why it was not echoing. But okay.
Okay.
So that's the thing. Yeah. Go ahead.
Here's the thing. The other, when you were talking about the seerah of the Prophet ﷺ, you know, how the kuffar, as long as it seems, Sheikh, is this the right way to understand this? As long as, you know, we have this also, right? We have this in the madaris today. We have this in the masajid today. We have this in our homes. We have it many, many places. As long as you're talking about the Prophet ﷺ from the side that he's, you know, on a spiritual basis, you know, he's Sadiq al-Amin, he's, you know, of course, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. But the moment you talk about the Prophet ﷺ, that how the Prophet ﷺ, just the ayah itself, you know, هو الذي أرسل رسوله بالهدى ودين الحق ليظهره على الدين كله ولو كره المشركون. When, you know, a lot of people, even the Muslims, may not like to hear that we you know, Islam came to dominate. You know, وَلَوْ كَرِهَ الْمُشْرِكُونَ, and even though the kuffar don't want to hear this, but today the Muslims don't want to hear that. And Muslims don't want to hear that. Ulama don't want to talk about it. You know, the governments do everything possible to stop us from talking about this. What is it? You know, you see where I'm coming from. That, like, it seems to be taboo to talk about the real affairs of the ummah, even when we, you know, but as long as it's a spiritual side, it's you know, let's be nice and let's give some nice stories, things like that, that's fine. But the seerah of the Prophet that deals with actual affairs, how he dealt with the enemies, how he expanded the deen of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, how he opens lands to bring the justice of Islam, then that is either not discussed. I had even to a point where somebody said we need to change the name Maghazi. He said, why do we have to call the seerah of the Prophet Maghazi, man? Is it all battles? Is this all supposed to be about war? Look what we're doing. Aren't we? So where are we going with this? And why is the Prophet only presented this way?
Look, I don't think it is presented this way. I believe it's more of course, you cannot go and change the seerah anymore. So seerah is there, right? You cannot go and change the Quran anymore. So I think the one who are the enemies of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, they know that they cannot change that. This is because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has taken this responsibility, the dhimma on Allah azza wa jal, to protect it. Yeah, when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, Inna nahnu nazzalna dhikra wa inna lahu lahafidhun. We are the one who revealed this dhikr, which is the Quran and all the wahi that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala revealed. Allah is the one who revealed it indeed, and He is the one who will protect. So that's out of the question now today to mess around with the changes. To make the changes in the Quran and the Sunnah or the Seerah of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. The tactics used is a bit different now. You want to read Seerah as much as you want, go ahead read. You want to read the Quran, you can read as much as you want. You want to open Saturday schools, Sunday schools, regular day schools, or even open as many masajid as you want. That's not a problem for anybody, okay? As long as they are able to successfully change the Muslims or in general people to look at Islam from the lens of secularism. Meaning, now you are looking at Islam as my way of just fulfilling my spirituality. And this is where the real problem lies, okay? Which is the perspective of looking at deen. And in general, it was done for Christianity in the beginning, and then it was generalized to anything that has to do with spirituality. Then it should go into the bucket of, okay, these are the people who will just talk about spirituality, so religion or whatsoever. So same thing was done to Muslims through colonialization and destruction of the Muslim Islamic State. There was the carrier of the Islam not to implement only over the Muslims, but to the mankind as well. Okay, so when this perspective of reading the Seerah was taken away from the Muslims, after that, you see that now it has become, like you said, a fairy tale or a bedtime story for the kids to be to listen to, or even in the schools, has become more of a subject to be studied in academia as a history. And like we are just studying the history of old times. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala talks about the kuffar. They used to look at the Quran and the Islam or the Quran in general, and they will say قَالُوا وَسَاطِيرُ الْأَوَّلِينَ, that they are just the stories of the past. And now, if we follow the perspective of secularism, then we will end up looking at Islam the same way, and unfortunately that's what is happening to the Muslim Ummah as well. Hence, they look at Islam and everything that's happening around them in the same way that, okay, my Islam or my religion, my deen is just my individualistic religion or deen. It is it's for me only. Hence, I can only talk about Islam from the perspective of my food, my clothing. We will be going each other's neck or something, just talking about the issue of the biha and halal. But when it comes to that, the slaughtering of the ummah or even the mankind at large is happening out there, everybody stays silent for that. So the religion has become just an individualistic thing that is limited to the food, clothing, and akhlaq, and being righteous to yourself in your places of worship. And that's what the dilemma that we are going through. And we have to drop this attitude of looking at Islam from the perspective of secularism.
Jazakallah khair. Sheikh, when I'm going to take you to a different part of the Seerah here. When Aus and Khazraj, the fighting that was taking place between Aus and Khazraj almost constantly in Medina, because we are talking about calm before the storm, there is a lot of there's a lot of conflicts that's taking place across the Muslim world, whether it's Syria or Yemen or Afghanistan, wherever you go. I mean, how do we look at how Aus and Khazraj become, even after the fighting, they are the ones that come together to give nusra to the Prophet ﷺ. Can we look at the conflicts taking place in the Muslim world and say that, look, all of this is happening, this fitan that are taking place, but one thing is for sure, at least what we can learn from the Seerah, is that this ummah, you see where I'm coming from. I don't know if you're seeing what I'm seeing. If you can expound that.
Yeah, and in regards to that, I have a little bit of different angle of the title of the conference as well. When it says calm before the storm, I look at it from the angle of a storm before the calm, because the storm causes chaos, and Islam does not cause chaos. Actually, that really bring calm and tranquility. So the situation, the state the ummah is in, it is a chaotic situation that happens with all sorts of things which are out of control. And Islam, which is the word of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, that really brings the calm, that really brings the tranquility. And exactly what happened with the Aus and Khazraj. Aus and Khazraj were going through many different kinds of chaotic kind of wars for stupid, silly reasons, right? And Allah Azza wa Jal actually sums it up in Surah Al-Baqarah in a very nice way. If you go back to Surah Al-Baqarah, where Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, وَاعْتَصِمُوا بِحَبْلِ اللَّهِ جَمِيعًا وَلَا تَفَرَّقُوا. Here Allah Azza wa Jal is reminding the mankind. He's saying that to Muslimin, to especially Aus and Khazraj, by the way, here, because they are the one who are targeted here, that do not get into differences. Hold on to the rope of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. وَذْكُرُوا نِعْمَةَ اللَّهِ عَلَيْكُمْ إِذْ كُنْتُمْ عَدَاءً. That Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is telling them, remember the blessings of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala on you when you were enemies. فَأَلَّفَ بَيْنَ قُلُوبِكُمْ فَأَصْبَحْتُمْ بِنِعْمَتِهِ. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala brought your hearts together, right? فَأَصْبَحْتُمْ بِنِعْمَتِهِ إِخْوَانًا وَكُنْتُمْ عَلَى حُفْرَةٍ مِنَ النَّارِ. That you were at the brink of entering into the pit of the hell, pit of the fire. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is the one who protected you. He protected you. فَأَنْقَذَكُمْ مِنْهَا كَذَلِكَ يُبَيِّنُ اللَّهُ لَكُمْ آيَاتِهِ لَعَلَّكُمْ تَهْتَدُونَ. See here, that in reality, when Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he brought the message to the people of Yathrib. Actually, the 6 people came from Yathrib to Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam first year, and then while they were for the Hajj, and then they became Muslim. They went back, and next year they brought 12 people. And Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, actually they gave the bay'ah to Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and that bay'ah is called Bay'atun Nisa, which is because there was no war or something was involved there. And then later on, this about 70 plus people came who gave the bay'ah to Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and now this bay'ah was the one to protect Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam when he will come as a ruler now. Okay, now the reason I'm bringing up a little bit of history here, but right prior to that, they were fighting with each other for decades actually, and they were killing to the point now they not even have a leadership, and they were actually going to crown Abdullah bin Ubay bin Salul, the head of the Munafiqeen. And Rasulullah ﷺ came to Medina, and Islam actually brought the hearts of these people together. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala prepared the grounds in Medina for Rasulullah ﷺ. Right? So here the grounds were prepared for him in what sense? Because the power, the people who had the power in Medina or Yathrib at that time, it was weakened. The structure was weakened. And on the other side, because there were two superpowers that were surrounding the Jaziratul Arab, which were Byzantines and the Persians, and they were fighting with each other. When Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala talks about Ghulibatul Rum also, that how they were fighting with each other, one won the war against them, and then they took over one again, and then the Romans won again. So here, when those two superpowers were fighting with each other, they're busy with themselves, and they're getting weaker and weaker. At the same time, you see in the Jaziratul Arab, in the Medina of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the people who were fighting with each other, they were looking for the leadership, and at the same time, the Yahud who were there, they were aware of coming prophet, to the point that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala talks about them and the Nasara as well, the Jews and the Christians, that they really recognized who was Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. That Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said, يَعْرِفُونَ كَمَا يَعْرِفُونَ أَبْنَاهُمْ, that they knew, they recognized Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam as they recognized their sons. Now here, the point was they were waiting for him, and the grounds were prepared, the leadership was gone, and they wanted to have a new leadership. And at the same time, the so-called superpowers at that time, they were busy with each other. They were weak. They're getting weaker and weaker already. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gave a path or a way to Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam to start off the state in Medina. So see that the grounds were prepared by Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala actually there.
So here's the thing. I mean, there's a lot that you mentioned. I mean, there's a lot to unpack there. But here's the thing. So now Rasulullah is in Medina. If you look at how do we look at that on today's perspective, because that's what I wanted to hit on more, is because today, I mean, again, people discuss the Seerah, mashallah, tabarakallah, very good, okay, some even have memorized the Seerah, but now in today's realities, with what is taking place around the Muslim world or even around the world, right? How are we, the Muslims, how are we supposed to look at the Seerah? And what are the actions that the Muslims should take from the Seerah? Because you read the ayah, لَقَدْ كَانَ لَكُمْ فِي رَسُولِ اللَّهِ أُسْوَةٌ حُسْنَةٌ. So how are we supposed to take that in our real life?
Mm-hmm. Look, number one thing to remember is, I would say, first to understand this message of Islam is for the whole mankind. Okay, وَمَا أَرْسَلْنَاكَ إِلَّا رَحْمَةً لِلْعَالَمِينَ. That Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala sent Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam for nothing but the rahmah for the mankind. Similarly, right in the beginning of the da'wah of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, in Surah Al-Qalam, it was said to him, وَمَا هُوَ إِلَّا ذِكْرٌ لِلْعَالَمِينَ. See, this is an interesting thing, to talk about the Quran as ذِكْرٌ لِلْعَالَمِينَ. It did not say to the Jaziratul Arab, it did not say Meccans, it did not say Arabs only, it said to the Alameen. So the message is for the mankind, for the jinn or the men, for all. Now, this is when we look at the Seerah of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, we have to look at the Seerah of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam from that angle, that this is a mercy for the whole mankind that was given to us. And now we are the carriers of this mercy. What are we doing with this mercy that Allah has given to us? Are we just reading that as some fairy tale, or do we understand, number one, that this contains the solutions for any kind of a problem that we can think of? Yes, the brothers talk about economy. Maybe some other brothers talk about social systems around us, or racism, or I don't know. Maybe these are the problems today. What I'm saying is this message contains the solutions for even all the problems to come in the future as well, because this message is from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So we have to keep this in mind before we proceed. That's what I want to make sure, that it is understood that what are we talking about when we talk about the seerah of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Now, the relationship that we can see, yes, I can see this relationship. You may disagree with this relationship, which is, for example, I can see that among the Muslim ummah, where we probably would like to have Islam to be implemented, because Muslims are in majority, they want Islam there, but there are regimes who do not want let the Muslims to implement Islam there. but those regimes are becoming weaker and weaker. The trust between the people and the ruling parties over there is becoming weaker and weaker. There's a huge political vacuum have been created. No different than what you saw in Medina, for example, before Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam migrated from Mecca to Medina, that there was a political vacuum existed. People were done with whatever Aus and Khazraj or the Yahud they were cooking before Rasulullah went there, right? Before Rasulullah migrated to Medina. So they were done with it. They were looking for the leadership to an extent that the people who came to Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, they actually, in their mind, they really wanted to reach to Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam before Yahud reached to Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Because Yahud, the Jews used to say to them, our Prophet will come and we will slaughter you all. Now, these people of the Medina who were oppressed under the rulings of whether it's Aus and Khazraj leadership or the ones who were controlling behind the scene, even in Medina also, they were sick of them. So now, similarly, we see today also, the people are becoming fed up with all sorts of crises and the chaos or the storm, if you want to call it, that they are living in. They want to be out of it. That's one aspect of it. Then when you look at the ones who are really the superpowers today, you can see that they are also aware of that whatever made them superpowers, it's not solving the problems of the people. So even them, they are fighting with each other, whether it's European Union or America or Russia or China, or they're trying to make India a power, whatsoever that is. All these things, they also understand that they are not capable of solving the problems of the mankind at large, which they want to lead. So that has created vacuum from both sides, among the Muslims and among the non-Muslims. So they are looking for the solutions. And that's the thing we have to make sure that our voices are heard, that it's not that we are some bunch of crazy people out there who just like to raise our voices or scream or something. No, we are bringing a solution from the creator of the heavens and the earth. That's the main thing that we have to bring it back to. We have to bring them to this aqidah of Islam, show to them what we are really saying. It's not just a issue of anger against some system. Look, now, I can look at that and I can, as I said, this could be my perspective. I may be wrong completely. That's fine, but that does not take away the responsibility we as an ummah carry, which is to provide the justice to the mankind, and justice can only come from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and nothing else. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, وَكَذَلِكَ جَعَلْنَاكُمْ أُمَّةٌ وَسَطًا لِتَكُونُوا شُهَدَاءَ عَلَى النَّاسِ. That we have made you ummatun wasata, the best ummah, the just ummah, the one who are witnesses over mankind. وَيَكُونَ الرَّسُولُ عَلَيْكُمْ شَهِيدًا. And Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam was a witness over you. He did his job. Are we doing the job of carrying this message of justice to the people and take the people out of the darkness they're in? Yes, go ahead, brother.
We have 10 minutes, Sheikh Asim. So I have
Okay.
a lot of questions that I want to ask. One, I call it Musab ibn Umair personality. How is it that we can build our youth and our ulama into Musab ibn Umair? This is a man who, from the moment he accepts Islam, he not only he sacrifices everything he has, but he understands, and at the same time he's shrewd. He understands the games being played in the world. He understands how to work with political situations. He's sent by the Prophet ﷺ to Medina to actually, in many ways, you can see that he built the grounds for in Medina for the Prophet ﷺ. So how should we, for the youth today and for those who are active in Islamic da'wah work, who want to see Islam dominate the world, who want to bring Islam back and justice and mercy back and to the world, who want to see that people are not dying for a piece of bread and some water, how do we make the Musab ibn Umair personalities common in the youth of this ummah?
Look, I'll give you a few examples first. First of all, as you said about Mus'ab ibn Umair, not necessarily Mus'ab ibn Umair, but the Medina came into existence because of work of many, right? Including Mus'ab ibn Umair and other Sahaba. And of course, the Qudwa was Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. Yes, we understand, right? And number one thing is, of course, our our example is Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Yes, and I think the first step towards that is kind of taken by the ummah. Many of the brothers and the sisters, they love to name their kids after Sahaba's name.
Yeah, how is he, by the way? How is Musab doing?
Alhamdulillah. So, you find, wallah, you find that there are many brothers and sisters, they name their kids after the Sahaba's name because they really love the Sahaba. They love Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. They love the prophets of Islam, and that's why they continue to name their kids after them. That's just a minor, small step towards it, that we like to name them. But the point of naming them is not just so, yeah, they are like, mashallah, I have named them, so inshallah he will grow up like it. No, it's a struggle. It's an uphill struggle, especially in the society that we're living in. It is pressing the people up against the wall to not to follow what those Sahaba did or Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam did, right? So when we are trying to prepare them, one thing to remember is their aqidah has to be built in the proper manner, meaning that we have to take the doubts away from what they believe in. This is the basic things has to be done correctly, and when it comes to the personality, their personality should include their aspect of looking anything that they look at, whether it is spiritual, whether it's political, social, whatsoever, economic, whatever aspect of life they are looking at, they have to look at from the lens of Islam only, not the lens of secularism. That's what I'm trying to say. Take this whole idea of secularism out of the minds, and we have to really reinstall a new software here, which is the Islam. And we have to build the aqidah in the manner that gives a solution for all aspects of life. And when we are building that aspect, yes, we talk about a lot of political aspect here sometimes, and I think sometimes maybe it becomes weaker to talk about spirituality. Let's not forget that spirituality is as important as the political aspect of life as well. So they both have to be there. So our intellect has to be built in a way that we look at everything from the perspective of Islam. One, second, that our actions and our inclinations are towards whatever Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala wants. So now, for example, a youth cannot develop a true Islamic personality that he can be very good at defining all what's happening in the world, but when it comes to salah, he's becoming weak. It's a simple thing, but it's a very important thing. If it was not important, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala would not have said to Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wasallam from the beginning that when he said, Ya ayyuhal muzammil, qul layla illa qalila. Here, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is preparing Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wasallam and the Sahaba from the beginning that this is an important aspect of it. Why is it important? Because it is building your personality that is giving you control over yourself. Because if you can control yourself to wake up during the night time, to pray in front of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala when nobody's watching, and waking up for Fajr, doing all your prayers on time, that's part of it. That's part of the deen. So when we talk about implementing the deen of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, that should include all of it. It's not just one or other. It's the whole package, and the whole package has to be looked into.
Again, we have 3 minutes.
Yeah.
They keep telling me about the time here. But Sheikh, by the way, the reason I actually mentioned Mus'ab ibn Umair was because, a lot of times when we say, when we talk to people, you say, Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam said this. Okay, but this is Rasulullah, this is Nabi Allah. Man,
Okay.
come on, we can't be perfect like him, And sometimes even you'll be surprised that, I remember I gave a khutbah one time and somebody came and said, come on, man, these are Sahaba. How do you expect us to be like them and things like this? So the reason, I was going to give you even more recent examples of many of the youth today in the Muslim world struggling for the deen of Allah, dying for the sake of Allah, and standing and taking stands in ways no one can imagine. I was seeing how they were talking about the other day that how so many youth, especially in Dar'a, Syria, for instance, the kind of stands that they took in front of Bashar al-Assad and things like this. This is why I was mentioning that this kind of alive examples that people once they understand the deen of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, once they took Islam is an ideology, and they understood that the requirement and the responsibility that Islam has on them, what they need to do. This was the reason why I was mentioning
Yeah. Okay.
even Sahaba or even others.
Yeah.
But there's a question here, it says here, what? Response to naming the parent. Is this also because we have okay, so it says question, have we I guess the how people they name their children, naming them by the names of the Sahaba or Anbiya. Is this also because we have, I don't understand what the question is. Hold on, there is a question, but I don't know.
So I cannot see the
Okay,
question.
I have a question, and this is why. Look, Sheikh Asim, there is an incident in the Seerah, and there's two that I want to mention. If within the last 3 minutes, if you can talk about this. Abdullah ibn Abbas, one time he's sitting in the Kaaba. He's this is the Hajj time and things like this, and someone comes to Abdullah ibn Abbas and says, is it halal or haram to kill a mosquito? And he turns around and he says to him, you killed the grandsons of of Rasulullah, and you come and you're asking me about the killing of a mosquito. Have we, or the Muslims in general, do you as a scholar, do you see decline into such a level where people are asking questions, but the questions have become to such a low level that when it comes to actual affairs of life, they will go to secular scholars and they'll go to professors of big universities. But when it comes to small little affairs issues, they'll come to the ulama who are sitting in the madaris. Do you see that happening?
I think it's happening worse than that now, than at that time. The reason I say it's worse than that is because when the question about the mosquito was raised, at least Islam was still being implemented over the people. So they had more time to talk about or discuss the subject that they were suffering from many other things at that time, but still the system of Islam was intact. It was in place. People were living according to Islam. They were not going to other things. Now we have got to the worst situation that not only that we are asking silly things like that all the time, but actually we have lost the whole concept of the bigger picture of Islam. That Islam is not just these, not to, by the way, undermine the questions
No, I understand.
themselves.
I'm not undermining anything.
We have to know the hukum shari about all the things.
Salah and you're still 55 years old and still talking about wudu and salah. That's not what I'm talking about. I understand, and believe me, thank God I'm not in your place,
we are in a worse situation from that angle.
But I'm asking you, the level of people where the blood of the Muslims is being shed all over the world. There's not one day, if not, there's not an hour, if you go on Al Jazeera Live and find that the Muslim ummah is suffering the way it is, not 1 hour, not one salah, not one, you cannot find it. But then the mindset of the Muslims is completely out of whack. I don't know. I mean, an ummah that is suffering to this level, how can it be talking and questioning the things that it is?
Look, as the Hadith of Rasulullah talks about that there's always goodness in the ummah. So we just have to, all of us, whoever is listening and speaking here, we have to really think about ourselves and evaluate ourselves. Why is it like that? And I think it's not that the ummah does not care. They do care. Number one thing, we do care about our brothers and sisters. Sometimes our care has been misguided in the wrong directions. For example, it's the concept of divide and conquer. Try to put this in the minds of the ummah that, the ones who are getting killed, they're the bad ones, and they're the extremists, they are this, they are that. So this categorization of the ummah have been done to put down the ummah in the sense that they think of it as if that's not really the part of the ummah, or they are doing something, hence they are paying off the debt for whatever they have done. So these are the kind of things that have been done, and I think that there's a clarity has to be given to the ummah, and also we have to show to them that the obligation that lies on our shoulders, that we are accountable for taking care of the affairs of the ummah and world at large.
Okay, that question did come back up, and let me ask you this question. It says, concerning how to bring up kids like the ones during the time of the Prophet ﷺ, is the reason why we don't have children like I guess Musa ibn Umair, is that we have not encouraged women to think ideologically.
Okay. The thing is this: if you look at the life of Musa ibn Umair, for example, right? So number one thing, he was living a lavish life. You can think of anyone who can get the most out of the dunya. He was one of those people, right? So even a person like that, if he leaves everything that he had for the sake of Islam, it means something has triggered in his mind. And if you read the Seerah of Musa ibn Umair, you see that the thing that really triggered him was the Quran. He listened to the Quran, and that was sufficient for him to leave everything behind. So what is the thing that triggered? The thing that triggered was the aqidah in his mind, that he really connected the dots, that what is really the purpose of life. Once that is clear, and that's a very one thing, that who created me, what's going to happen after I die, and what is the purpose of my life. Once these basic questions are clear, and after that, you will be learning the rest of your life. Look, Musa ibn Umair was not one of those people who actually even saw the Quran, the whole Quran. In his life, he passed away in Ghazwatul Uhud. He was a Shaheed in Ghazwatul Uhud. And so that was the second or third year of the after Hijrah. So Quran was still not revealed. He never saw a mushaf of the Quran that we probably today carry in our pockets nowadays, or in our iPhones or Androids or whatsoever we have. Now, he never even saw that, but whatever part of the Quran he knew, that was enough for him to move. So now the thing that moved him, look, he was a human being like you and I. Remember that. Yes, there's a difference that Rasulullah was among them. That makes a difference. Nobody says that does not make a difference. Yeah, but at the same time, there were people who rejected Rasulullah in his presence as well. So he made the decision to follow Rasulullah, and that made him Musa ibn Umair. Today we remember him, or other Sahaba, whether it was Ja'far, whether Omar, whether Anas, whosoever.
Build your children ideologically. Number two, are the people required to carry this higher level of intellectualization? I guess. I mean, how have the ability to act upon it? I mean, are we saying that everyone needs to become an alim, or everybody needs to become to such a higher level in order to be able to understand the deen?
Look, this is what I was trying to say, and I'm going to repeat that again. Many of those Sahaba, they did not know, they did not see the Quran, and they passed away from the dunya. Okay, no, and the others, okay, and the most number of hadith reported by a Sahabi is Abu Hurairah radiallahu anh. What is the number of hadith he reported? 6,000, 7,000, 8,000 max. This is the number. I cannot remember exact number, but it was 6,000, 7,000 hadith by him. Today we even have ulama who are memorized with the chains. Abu Hurairah did not have to memorize the chains. Today we memorize the whole chain. He was living the chain. 100,000 hadith have been memorized. 200,000, 300,000. Well, that's not doing the job. So it's not the issue of just memorization or getting degrees and all that. The thing is that are we following what we are learning? Okay, and we have to have the knowledge of whatever we do, whatever actions we're undertaking. We must know what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala wants for that action. Yes, it would be great to have everybody becomes a alim, everybody becomes a mujtahid, everybody becomes a mufti. That's great, but is it really a real goal, or is this really a possible thing? Even among the Sahaba, you don't find every Sahabi is at the level of, for example, Umar bin Khattab or Ali radiallahu anhu or Abu Bakr or Uthman. You don't find them all. At the time of Hajj, there were 124,000, according to one report, 144,000 Sahaba were present when Rasulullah was performing the Hajj. How many of those names do we know? Why we don't know the other names? The reason is again, because the ones we remember are because of what they have done, what they did in their lives. And today also, it has to be transformed into actions. Yes.
Final question, or do we even have time? I think we've gone over time, but then I'll just take 1 minute. Do not take, please, more than 1 minute. There's a question of, I was reading this poetry by Iqbal, and he said, what has happened to us? And he was talking about the carriers of the Quran. He said that you carry the Quran in your, like in your baghal, or what do you call it? Armpit. And he said, you carry the Quran here, and you memorize the Quran, and you make tawaf around the Kaaba, while you are the kufr has while kufr is dominated over you. But he put it in very amazing words when he said it in Urdu. So can you comment on that to end this session, because it is about the responsibility of the ummah?
Yeah, again, this is the very same point that I was trying to make, that we have, if you look at Pakistan, for example, only alone Pakistan, right? Pakistan has about hundreds of thousands of students who are going to madrasat, who are learning. I'm talking about Islamic knowledge they're learning,
Oh, yeah, yeah.
which means tens of thousands are graduating on a yearly basis, and tens of thousands are Huffaz al-Quran as well.
Mm-hmm.
And that's adding on to whichever previous ones exist, right? So it's a big number that exists. It's not the number. It's not the number. It's never the number called issue of the number. It was always the quality that matters. The one who are not just carrying the Quran under arms or under the armpits, rather they are living the Quran. And this is why when Aisha radiallahu anha was asked about Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam, she mentioned the Quran was his khulq. That's the way. So the Quran and the Sunnah of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam must be translated into actions in our individual lives and in our societal life.
And with that, I think that's an amazing ending right there. With that, brothers and sisters, we will end this session. Many lessons learned from this discussion. Inshallah, we will continue to bring Sheikh Asim and other ulama to this platform to discuss very, very serious topics such as this, bi'iznillahi ta'ala. And the next we have discussion, which I'm sure many of you are waiting for, which is a discussion on Islam in America, especially coming from the viewpoint of the African Americans. There is, because of what happened in Wisconsin and Kenosha, Wisconsin specifically, and the verdict that was given, obviously it raised many questions about justice in this country and whether justice can really be served. So alhamdulillah, we have a panel that's coming soon it'll be an amazing panel, bismillah. It's coming in 10 minutes or 6:30. Exact time will be 6:30, inshallah. That gives us 20 minutes. So stay tuned, inshallah. And jazakumullah khairan. And stay tuned. Jazakumullah khairan. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
حي الشباب العاملين خير الكتائب أجمعين من شيدوا صرح الرشاد ليرفعوا لله دين. حي الشباب العاملين خير الكتائب أجمعين من شيدوا صرح الرشاد ليرفعوا لله دين. من قد أبوا إلا الصلاة من مصلحين لا يعملون لغاية إلا صلاح المسلمين. من قد أبوا إلا الصلاح فديتهم من مصلحين لا يعملون لغاية إلا فلاح المسلمين. لا يعملون لغاية إلا فلاح المسلمين.
جاءوا الملا برسالة بيضاء من وحي الأمين ودعوا إلى السير القويم على غرار السالفين.
جاءوا الملا برسالة بيضاء من وحي الأمين ودعوا إلى السير القويم على غرار السالفين.
قسما لهم مجد نظر فاق مجد الخالد ومشى الركاب بذكرهم ندا على مر السنين.
قسما لهم مجد أقر فاق مجد الخالد ومشى الركاب بذكرهم ندا على مر السنين. قسما لهم مجد أقر فاق مجد الخالد ومشى الركاب بذكرهم ندا على مر السنين.
ومشى الركاب بذكرهم ندا على مر السنين.
حي الشباب العاملين خير الكتائب أجمعين من شيدوا صرح الرشاد ليرفعوا لله دين.
من قد أبوا
إلا الصلاة من
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Salatu wassalamu ala Rasul al-Kareem. Alhamdulillah, we had a very good talk about the importance of Seerah, the importance of following the example of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So, inshallah, we will be going through two Nasheeds. First one, Ya Taiba, which is a very well-known, is about Medina and going to Medina and the kind of love we should have to go to Medina. And then The second one will be طالما أشكو, which is once again this kind of love we should have for Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam and iman, and that we should have in our hearts. So inshallah, with that we will begin. يا طيبة يا طيبة يا داوى العيان اشتقنا لك والهوى نادانا والهوى نادانا يا طيبة يا طيبة يا داوى العيان اشتقنا لك والهوى نادانا والهوى نادانا لما سار المركب ناساني ساروا والدمع ما جافاني أخذوا قلبي مع جناني يا طيبة يتيم الولهانا يتيم الولهانا يا طيبة يا طيبة يا داوى العيان اشتقنا لك والهوى نادانا والهوى نادانا قبلتي بيت الله صابر علاني يوما لك زائر يا ترى هل تراني ناظر للكعبة تغمرني بأمانة تغمرني بأمانة يا طيبة يا طيبة يا داوى العيان اشتقنا لك والهوى نادانا والهوى نادانا نبينا أغلى أمنياتي أزورك ولو مر بحياتي وبجوارك صلي صلاتي أذكر ربي واتل القرآن واتل القرآن يا طيبة يا طيبة يا داوى العيان اشتقنا لك والهوى نادانا والهوى نادانا بشراك المدينة بشراك بقدوم الهدية بشراك وهل لي مأوى في حماك أتمنى فالنور سبان سبان نوركم سبانا يا طيبة يا طيبة يا داوى العيان اشتقنا لك والهوى نادانا والهوى نادانا طالما أشكو غرامي يا نور الوجود طالما أشكو غرامي يا نور الوجود وأنادي يا تهامي يا معدن الجود وأنادي يا تهامي يا معدن الجود منيتي أقصى مرامي أحظى بالشهود منيتي أقصى مرامي أحظى بالشهود وأرى باب السلام يا زاكي الجدود
وأرى باب السلام يا زاكي الجدود. منيتي أقصى مرامي أحظى بالشهود، منيتي أقصى مرامي أحظى بالشهود، وأرى باب السلام يا زاكي الجدود، وأرى باب السلام يا زاكي الجدود. يا سراج الكون إني عاشق مستهام، يا سراج الكون إني عاشق مستهام، مغرم والمدح فني يا بدر التمام، مغرم والمدح فني يا بدر التمام. ادخلوا المدينة وصلوا عليه، ادخلوا المدينة وصلوا عليه، قولوا يا نبينا محمد عليك السلام، قولوا يا نبينا محمد عليك السلام. طالما أشكو غرامي يا نور الوجود، طالما أشكو غرامي يا نور الوجود، وأنادي يا تهامي يا معدن الجود، وأنادي يا تهامي يا معدن الجود. جزاكم الله.
لا يعملون لغاية إلا فلاح المسلمين، من قد أبوا إلا الصلاح فديتهم من مصلحين. لا يعملون لغاية إلا فلاح المسلمين، لا يعملون لغاية إلا فلاح المسلمين.
هي أمتي تاج الأمم ودرة العرش المكين، هذا الرداء من التكاسل والخمول ستخلعين.
هي أمتي تاج الأمم ودرة العرش المكين، هذا الرداء من التكاسل والخمول ستخلعين.
إن كل عزم للشيوخ وبالنجاح لهم ندي، لا تجزعي أو تيسي عزم الشبيبة لا.
إن كل عزم للشيوخ وبالنجاح لهم ندي، لا تجزعي أو تيأسي عزم الشبيبة لا يلي. إن كل عزم للشيوخ وبالنجاح لهم ندي، لا تجزعي أو تيأسي عزم الشبيبة لا يلي.
لا تجزعي أو تيأسي عزم الشبيبة لا يلي.
حي الشباب، حي الشباب، حي الشباب، حي الشباب، حي الشباب العاملين.
يا فتية الإرشاد جند المجد مصباح اليقين، يا فخر من حمل المشاعر للهدى في العالمين.
يا فتية الإرشاد جند المجد مصباح اليقين، يا فخر من حمل المشاعر للهدى في العالمين.
سيروا إلى العليا إلى قرة عيون الحاسدين، والله جل يمدكم بالعون والنصر المبين.
سيروا إلى العليا إلى قرت عيون الحاسدين، والله جل يمدكم بالعون والنصر المبين. سيروا إلى العليا إلى قرت عيون الحاسدين، والله جل يمدكم بالعون والنصر المبين.
والله جل يمدكم بالعون والنصر المبين.
والله جل يمدكم بالعون والنصر المبين.
حي الشباب، حي الشباب، حي الشباب العاملين.
حي الشباب العاملين خير الكتائب أجمعين، من شيدوا صرح الرشاد ليرفعوا لله دين، من قد أبوا إلا الصلاح فديتهم من مصلحين. لا يعملون لغاية إلا فلاح المسلمين. حي الشباب العجائب أجمعين من شيدوا صرح الرشاد يرفعون.
Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Salatu wassalamu ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Dear brothers and sisters, welcome back. And we are back with an amazing panel. And as we mentioned just a few minutes ago, before the Nasheed session, this is a very, this discussion that we are having is probably one of the, it's a discussion that probably should have taken a long time ago. But with what is taking place in this country, with Kenosha, Wisconsin, with Arizona, with many other places where verdicts are being given in ways that where people are looking for justice and asking, where is justice? Can justice actually take place in this country, or can the system here really provide justice, whether it's to African Americans or in reality the rest of the world? So we have a panel. We have, inshallah, a future Dr. Khalil here working on his PhD, mashallah, tabarakallah. We have Sister Zakyah, and then we have Sister Tabitha, who is joining us here. All right, so we have everybody on. Let me start with a question. I was just before, maybe a couple of hours ago, we were reading this article that was in Brookings. And the Brookings article said, I don't have it here, but you can probably even check it out. It said, is civil war possible in this country? And it had some amazing numbers that it was giving, where and this was 2021, so it just came out after what was happening. And then there was another article that was written by Unheard, something like unheard.com, something like this. And these guys are based in Sweden, and they were talking about, I think the topic was, would America survive a civil war? Before I go into the topic, I guess just from the titles, what's going on in the country?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Salatu wa salamu ala Rasulillah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Amma ba'd. That's a very loaded question. And alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen, I'm glad we have a panel to dissect some of these things. But the question of civil war in the United States is a very interesting one. Something that I'm surprisingly thinking about in terms of my field. I don't hear a lot of political scientists and a lot of academics, looking at that. But as evident by January 6th of 2001 this year, we see, in my opinion, and pondering this since last summer when we were dealing with the George Floyd crisis and the different, dynamics of social injustice that was happening throughout the country. But we see who really came out with the Trump situation and the Washington, D.C. situation on January 6th. Is that, that's what I was talking about.
You're saying it's being capitalized.
Absolutely. But not only that, the question that you're posing is civil war, or
and this is by Brookings.
Yeah.
So
Brookings,
this is not. I'm just not.
Yeah. These think tanks, they and they use these things as data, obviously, to formulate different political agendas. But is it possible? I believe it is. If you travel throughout the U.S., which you mashallah have, you understand. Obviously, this is not a monolith, and the divide. If you want to go Republican, Democrat, if you want to do ideological, divides and lines, that's fine. But we know that the gaps are getting wider. Ideologically,
and I'm not even
financially,
talking. I'm not even
socially.
Talking, yeah.
We know that the gaps are getting wider.
Also, I'm not saying that the civil war, meaning that because a lot of times when I pose this question from these readings, I'm not saying that is it just black people that might start. It could also be the whites that are seeing that something's wrong with this country because other side is getting too many.
Yeah, I mean, we see who came outside on January 6, 2001 in Washington, D.C.
Yeah, okay.
Who was outside? The people who were upset about the election. And, those are the ones who are stoking the fire, obviously.
And they said, 43% of the young people they were talking about, that they were saying that one of the reasons would be that they see injustice when it comes to choosing the leadership. So let me, let me ask the sisters here. Maybe we'll probably get a different perspective on this. It's the same question I'm going to pose to you guys. Is this possible?
A civil war?
Hold on, we can't hear you guys. Sister Zakyah, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum salam wa rahmatullah. What do you guys think? I mean, the question that I posed Brother Khalil here for a moment ago. I said, look, is civil war possible? Is when you have such predominant think tanks posing this question, newspapers posing this question, you being African American, living in an African American community, seeing what you're seeing daily, is this possible, or is this just something else?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. First of all, thank you for having me. Possible, of course. Is that where we're headed? Not quite sure. Are there some things that we should look at before we consider this? Yes. Are there some things that are going to require us to add tolerance and unification to these differences? I think, in my opinion, the question may be a little heavy, if not a little premature.
This is a heavy platform, You don't ask no easy questions out here.
We don't lighten up, we tighten up.
I know, right? Yeah. Well, I mean that in the sense. I mean that in the sense that I think being aware of what some of the conflicts are. I think being aware of attempting some resolutions. I think being on one platform, uniform. I think those are some things that need to be discussed first before we even jump to the civil war. And of course, it is possible with the way things are escalating.
So, Sister Tabitha, I mean, Brother Khalil, he mentioned, look, I mean, January 6th was a big turn in this country. You have thousands of people rioting, in the main houses of power, right? I mean, people were walking in with guns, and so it's not that it's not possible anymore. It's something that we saw still today. Investigations are going on. FBI is all over the place. People are still being arrested. You have politicians who are being put in jail and things like this. So
business owners,
everybody is, there were obviously police that were killed and things like this, and we don't even know how many people in the military are thinking what they're thinking, especially from the race perspective. What do you think, sister? I mean, being in America, being Black, seeing what's happening in the country, what is your perspective on this, Sister Tabitha?
I think it's possible. I think that there is something in the air that we haven't reached it, but we are approaching a turning point where we have to make a decision on what we want to do as a people in this country, because it's plain that the laws here are not made to benefit us. So when they have like the stop and frisk or the what's it called, the citizen's arrest, like that was made, that's like the cousin to when we were slaves and they'd send out someone to go find slaves. So I think that once we as a people realize that the justice system does not work, it's not created for Blacks in general, then there's something's going to have to change. And so that's when that, if it's civil war or I don't know what that's going to look like, but there is something in the air that I feel that.
Here's the thing: you have citizens arrest. We know what that meant, right? The man was killed by 3 people. And right. Then, of course, they gave the verdict that all 3 people will be jailed. I think they had to do it just after what happened. The verdict right before that, a couple of days before in Kenosha, was opposite. So it seems like that was also political. I don't even think those white guys even I think they look shocked that this would happen, that they would be all in jail. So
Right.
what happens with the citizens arrest? I mean, how common is this? Where people are just, the guy was gunned down.
Well, I mean, structurally, the whole situation with Ahmaud Arbery and the state of Georgia, obviously, as the sister was alluding to, that is a very old, common law type of deal, where probably back in the days during slavery, if you saw some slaves out where they probably wasn't supposed to be, a citizen can, have them detained or arrested and interrogated and so forth. So obviously, in the South and in different parts of the country, when it comes to different states' interpretation of laws, they have, different ways of implementing them. But I mean, citizens arrests, it happens all the time. I'm pretty sure in 2 weeks or in a few weeks, there'll be another, situation where we have, innocent Black person minding his own business or her own business being, killed or arrested or, detained unlawfully. It's been a part of the American fabric and the American, structure, social structure since the days of slavery. And obviously when, something that happened, because if you remember, with this incident, nothing was really, it was business as usual until the tape came out. And that's the only difference with today, with everything that's going on. People, come out with these videos and, bam, you get the emotions going and, you can get a trial, you can get off, you may not get off, but that's the reality of the situation. So, I mean, Allahu Alam, who knows, this type of thing happens every day, and it really does.
So, so Brother Khalil said something interesting. This is because the video came out. If he didn't have social media today, or if he did not have someone actually making the video and presenting that to the media, or at least, making our own media, that shows us, okay, there's something going on, but it's so common in the community, let's say, in the African American community,
100%,
that nobody else, I mean, I don't feel that. Let's just be honest. I don't feel that. But the African American community sees it and feels it every single day. Yeah. What is it that we're not seeing, anybody here? This is an open discussion. So what is it that we, the Muslim community in large is not seeing what you guys are seeing? Yeah. What is it that if you can point those things out? That because no matter what, the last two verdicts, believe me, the kind of effect it probably had on you, and the brothers and sisters here, it probably did not even move a hair on many, whether they're Arab or Desis or others. But for African American, it was another nail in the coffin.
Absolutely. As a Muslim, alhamdulillah, for everything. Everything starts with Bismillah, everything ends with Alhamdulillah. If you had asked me before the two trials how I felt, Alhamdulillah. You ask me now that the verdicts are in, Alhamdulillah. As a Muslim, that's how I look at things. And so I want the sister, because she mentioned stop and frisk is an actual policy that was developed out of New York. I know there's a couple of New Yorkers here, and they understand the ramifications of that. And I'll just say, me growing up as a kid, when I'm from inner city, Chicago, uptown, being harassed by the police was an everyday thing. And I thought, by the time I hit my teenage years, high school years, going into college, that's just the way it was. Like, the police would pull you over for no reason, stop you, search you. I've been strip searched for no reason, taken to places, abandoned buildings, and questioned. And I just thought, as a kid, this is just how it was. You see what I'm saying? So, and I've heard stories of people who've gone through, much worse on a daily basis, but it contributes and it feeds to that cycle.
Sister, have you guys ever been through this? I mean, I usually hear, the brothers talk about the stop and frisk and what being taken to. I mean, weren't there sites in Chicago, people were being taken to, and as from a woman's perspective, what have you gone through? This is for both of you guys. If you guys can take a chance and talk on both.
SubhanAllah, a lot of times my reaction is to chuckle or laugh or smile. And I don't want to give off the fact that I'm not taking this seriously. It's just a matter that, this is why your first question was really loaded, because this is every day for most of us. It's happened to me as a female, as an African American female on the street, being stopped, being threatened to have, narcotics or weapons planted on me if I don't shut my mouth. So it begins to be common. And as it relates to your first question, I believe that my people and I, we really need to get together. We really need to sit down and discuss and come up with, what are we mad about? What is the problem? And what is it that we're going to do about it? There's so many platforms right now. There's so much separation in ideology, and not even, talking about faith and even in the African American community upbringing. So we need to find a platform. We need to come together so we can find out what's the problem. And then how do we attack it? Where do we go with it? We can't just jump straight to civil war. This has to be something.
I'm not promoting. Don't get me wrong. Next thing you know, I'm gonna knock on my door. But
well, I mean, that was your question out the gate. You know what I mean? I know. But I'm saying that because as people are listening, as people are hearing what we're talking about, as people are forming opinions and conclusions about it, to hear certain words, some people just flash to the end. And we have to be careful, because this is a sensitive, serious, sensitive conversation that we need to have. Mostly because, and I don't know, in my years, we've never had it, not as a whole.
Sister Tabitha, and this is to everybody too. What happened, civil war, obviously there was a civil war in this country.
Yeah.
How many people actually know in the African American community, how many people, youth, actually know the history of slavery and what kind of, what conditions that blacks, the African Americans, were actually living in? How many people do you think that if I stop some black kid on the street and say, hey, do you know what happened? Do you know what was taking place in the South? How many can actually relate to that question today?
Not a lot. They have to, in this country, if you're black, you have to study your history on your own.
Mm-hmm.
That's like, for me, I would love to have our own schools. I think that integration took away all of our history, everything, once we started to mix with the white people. So I think that they won't know. We leave it to them. They make our books. They teach our children. So they only know the top parts, like the basic, superficial part of it. They don't know the real bread and potatoes part of it, because we aren't doing the teaching. So no. So if you ask anybody, and to your other question about I think it's hard for someone, like when I go into a store and I say Assalamu alaikum to someone who isn't black like me, they don't say, they don't greet me back. So for them to identify with what is going on in the black community as a whole, they're not going to do that. They don't even identify with, if they are from Afghanistan, what's going on in Syria. So they're definitely not going to identify what's going on with me as a black person or as a black Muslim. So that's part of the problem.
Part of the problem being that the Muslims in general don't recognize. I mean, are you saying that they're not recognizing the African American Muslims and their contributions? Is that?
No, they don't.
They don't recognize. Okay, no. There's obviously this question is going to come up.
As a new Muslim, my experience is that they don't. Someone else could say something else, so I'm just going to say for myself, I don't think that they identify.
So yesterday, to follow with that question, I have something else I wanted to ask too. But yesterday, we had someone, one of the last speakers, and they said, if you go to the Arab world and you go to such and such, and you will find that people, nobody cares if you're black and green and blue. I saw a comment.
Yeah.
The comment was, "Are you sure?"
Yeah.
So let me ask you, is he sure?
Yeah, well, that was me who.
I know. I didn't want to mention that.
It's fine. No, I was asking, "Are you sure?" Because
we know the reality.
I was driving and I wasn't sure. I was trying to make sure that I was, and I wanted to make the comment, kind of like a question comment, simple and short. But just to get to it, my brother, my dear brother Ayman, I love him. But sometimes I was just trying to make sure I was hearing him right, because sometimes I know what he's saying, or I know what he's trying to get at, but probably didn't come out the right way. And I was just reflecting on my own experience about minority communities in the Arab world, specifically blacks, African. Actually, I think he mentioned Sudanese and different Somali communities that I have known and witnessed. You've been to Saudi Arabia, you've been to different parts of the Arab world, and we know that there are African minority communities. And there are also actually indigenous Africans who've been in Jerusalem.
Of course.
They live Saudi Arabia. And so this is another important point that we got to get at, is that a lot of the history, we want to start with slavery, we want to start with oppression, and we want to start with all these handicaps on the community, but there's a rich history that we need to start with first. And that's how I try to approach it with my kids, because to answer some of these questions, I see what they're being taught in schools. And I myself have been, dealing with the issue of critical race theory, incorporating that into, the education curriculum. It's a big problem now. But yes, looking at things holistically is important. And we know that there are Muslims, black Muslims in the Arab countries that are being discriminated against, that are having a hard time, getting by, just like blacks are in America, in the American context. And so when he, was talking, I'm driving too at the same time. I shouldn't be driving and worrying about this. But I just
almost caused an accident.
Alhamdulillah, I made it home safe. But I just wanted to, put things in context and make sure that,
I mean, obviously, he was coming from a perspective that, look, we cannot be promoting Jahiliyyah. We need to, and see where he's coming from. 100%. But I was, but at the same time, there is a reality that does exist. Like Sister Tabitha was saying that, look, I say salam sometimes, and people just don't say wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullah. But, you said something very interesting here. This is to, Sister Zakyah, you have been in the community and we know you for a long time. Actually, I think for me, my daughter, you're the second aunt. I mean, so, and I'm sure if she's listening, she's going to be like, yes, that's my auntie over there. But look, as far as education that you're talking about, that we need to, as Sister Tabitha mentioned, we need to educate. We need to come up with our own history here, meaning the real history, that what happened. So how much not knowing our history, or not knowing the black history, how much does that contribute to the kind of oppression that we see today?
A great deal. You know the saying, if you don't know where you come from, you don't know where you're going. And if we don't have the history of, first, let me say this. Our history is our history. It includes what.
Hold on. Your history means beginning of the slavery in this country, or are you saying
our history as a whole? Because see, I believe that's part of the problem.
Yeah, we're separating.
That's a separation. My people's history didn't start with slavery. There was civilizations and things way before that. Monumental strides. Okay,
and was huge.
Yes, and we get to a point where we have this thing, of slavery, and all of a sudden that's where everything begins. I believe that's a downfall. That's a handicap, because it teaches our people that this is where you started from. This is your beginning. Even though I say we need to embrace slavery, we need to, really look into it, because we should be proud. We should be thankful to Allah that our people even made it through slavery, the terrible conditions. And of course, for them, the mindset was way different from us. We're content. We're, we chilling, we hanging. If we were to go back and see the monumental things that our people had to endure, had to engage in, had to initiate, my God, these hands, the ancestors of these hands built this country.
Created a whole new culture.
I'm not ashamed of that.
I can't. Hold on. What were you saying, Sister Tabitha? I couldn't hear you. I mean, if you.
I said that we created a whole new culture. Our culture was removed from us. So the reason why, they separated families and kids and fathers and mothers is so that, that tradition and that culture doesn't stay within that. So that's how we lost who we were by separating us. You can't speak the language to,
Right.
We're all from Africa, but this person is from a different part, so that they didn't speak the same language. And so they slowly started to have us lose who we are. And with that, we created an entire new culture, an entire new people, an entire new everything, just from scratch.
Because the culture was lost and something new had to be created. I mean, something to connect to. Let me ask you this though. We went through whatever this Thanksgiving means. This concept, where we are supposedly thanking God for destroying somebody else's culture. In the Indian culture, in this case, and this whole idea that let's sit around and let's eat turkey, and let's talk about how everything is nice and dandy. Do the African Americans, because I see a lot of African Americans celebrating this, and it's all big deal, and everybody's coming together and eating sweet potato. Is this? I know I'm being funny, but it's real, right? People are a whole culture was destroyed, and then it's celebrated, right? It's celebrated in the name of being, and let's be thankful. I don't know, thank to who? I don't understand. I heard. It was funny. I was hearing a Nation of Islam had, what's his name, Louis Farrakhan. He said something nice. He said, next time you go and you buy your presents for some. You see what I'm talking about? He said something amazing. He said, I'm just gonna let the black people know, next time you go and buy some present for some mythical white man, you better take care of yourself. So how do you really feel when Thanksgiving comes around? Do African Americans see the struggle of the American Indians the same way as themselves? Or is there a disconnect?
I think
I want everybody to answer this though.
It's the history again. So when you're in school, you're taught Thanksgiving because it's a great thing. We're not taught until now, or until recently, where people are talking about it. Thanksgiving was, it's a great thing. It's a great thing for this country. It's food, it's family getting together, it's all of these things, and you aren't taught the background of exactly what happened. So again, it's what's being taught in the schools that is the problem.
There was some things I remember being taught, but it wasn't taught in a way that made me understand how we actually came to acquire this land, or they came to acquire this land. And this is another kind of disconnect, because what my people do, they take something and they turn it into something else. And we've been doing that for a very long time. Most people that I ask about Thanksgiving and some of the major holidays on the calendar, they've kind of reinvented it for themselves. They've made it a whole nother meaning, and doesn't require them to understand or know the history, which makes it difficult for some people who are aware of how things went, the bloodshed, the raping, the stealing. It doesn't matter to most people. As a matter of fact, I speak to my family of Islam. I'm different. I'm strange to these things. Who doesn't want to have a huge meal on Thanksgiving? Who doesn't want free gifts for Christmas? And I ask them all the time, what does this mean for you? Where does this come from? How does this evolve you? How does this develop you? How does this get you closer to your Lord? And often the answer is totally disconnected. Oh, my family and I started a tradition. Oh, me and my family, we wanted to start doing this. And so again, we have no beginning platform. So we're just kind of taking from whatever and using it to be and do whatever.
What do you think, Brother Khalil? I mean, regarding this whole issue of loss of culture, new culture being invented, and celebrating the loss of other people's culture.
Well, when you put it like that in terms of
But
celebration,
that's what it is, you know what I mean?
well,
Unless I got it wrong way.
No, you're actually right. It's a very thought-provoking question, and I definitely echo the sentiments of the two sisters. Black people aren't a monolith, and I think that and as a Muslim, as a convert to Islam, I totally all these pagan holidays. I have totally different perspective on it. But for my family and the people close to my family, they obviously understood the reality of blacks and the American history. Even now, the relationship between Native Americans and black slaves and black runaway slaves is being looked at. I'm looking at some very good academic work and writings about how some of the Native Americans were the original slave catchers. They used to hire Native Americans to catch slaves in certain parts of Florida and Georgia, and it all depended on the different conditions that existed. But the celebration of Thanksgiving, I mean, yeah, as a Muslim, we understand it to be one thing, and
See, the reason I'm asking this question is that the Muslims are doing the same, right?
Yeah.
Muslims are coming here and they're celebrating these holidays, and then it just are we?
They really internalize,
right? I mean, they want to be so probably more than the.
I understand what you. So as for me, that's why I was going there with my family. You know what I'm saying? We always talked about. I mean, if you're given a day off and the time.
Oh, no, of course, yeah. You got a day off. You want to have a meal together.
Understanding that
why this is
what
happening.
Thanksgiving was really about. The history of Native Americans. You see what I'm saying? And the relationship between the two. That was always discussed at our dinner table. So we were a little bit more radical. And you've had black folks probably since the days of slavery celebrate the same thing. Who was eating right there at the master's table. They have a totally different perspective on what it means to be American, what it means to be black. So you look at it in both contexts and say, as a Muslim, some Muslims, they come here for the opportunity and the American way of life, the American dream. And it's obviously different for people on the other side. So
see, that's what I'm saying. America is very good at marketing.
Oh, absolutely.
Right? This is something that we, America is good at marketing. America is good at, selling us fake heroes, right?
Overlay for the underplay.
What was that?
The overlay for the underplay.
Okay, I got to get down to that lingo though. But here's the thing. So, no, I'm being real, right? I mean, look, these guys are selling. America sells everything, and they're so good at selling. They can put the idea, doesn't matter how corrupt it is, and how in a package and sell it to you, and you don't even know you were sold. So how do we? I mean. So to go back to what Louis Farrakhan was saying, that look, we're buying presents for our kids on a mythical, on a myth, and they sold us a myth. So what is American dream for African Americans? What is it? A myth? Is it a reality? What does it mean? I know it's another loaded, but
yeah,
hey,
it's another loaded. I have to look at the things from the perspective of myself and my family, and the realization around this specific topic. I mean, I think the first time Black Friday was used, there's different.
And it's Black Friday
out there. Yeah, and that's Black Friday. Some people say.
But why are people making the money? I'm sorry, go on.
No, I'm going there with it. But I think I was reading a couple of days ago, the first time Black Friday was used, it had something to do with the stock market crashing after Thanksgiving or whatever. But
actually,
I've heard,
even the destruction of Black Wall Street.
Wall Street, yeah,
of course.
the Tulsa,
yeah, of course,
like
that was a major.
But yeah, you have all these different myths around the reality. But the reality is that America is based off of consumerism. That is the majority of this GDP and its economy. consumerism. You see what I'm saying? And so when my kids, woke me up this morning to go shopping, I'm like, no, I don't have it today. That's just the reality of our condition, because we're not out there trying to kill somebody over a TV and this whole.
Is that because you are Muslim, or is it because? But is that how?
Both. Because I'm Muslim, and well, no, I would say because I'm Muslim.
Okay, let me. On the other hand, same questions. Are the Black African Americans? I mean, are they sold on this dream, sisters? American dream. What does it mean for you? And the American dream. That's a lot of time right there. I like that though. That itself says a lot.
Well, because it's there's so many things, to see me. Number one, acknowledge me. I asked a European or a Caucasian person this question when I found out about this discussion about being Black in America. I asked him, if you could give one piece of advice to the Black man, the African American man, what would it be? He says his first answer was, do what the police tell you.
That's okay. American dream. Do
Well,
what the police tell you. I like that.
This was his answer was to do what the police tell you. Whatever the cop tells you to do it. So I asked him, I said, with you knowing the plight of the Black man in America, this would be your first piece of advice. He gave me two more. The other one was stop gangbanging. And the last one was have your mother and your father turn in your guns. So I asked him, I said, so is it the people that is the problem, or is it the color? And alhamdulillah, honestly, he answered, it's the color. Okay. So now I said to myself, now that means no matter who I am, how educated I am, I first have to allow you to get over the fact that I'm Black. How long does that take? What does that mean? Does it ever go away? So I believe one dream of my people could be to see me, not necessarily my color, appreciate it, understand it, love it, but see me. We're a people. We have things, we have ambitions. We get up, we go to work, we educate our children, we provide like any other American. See me.
Sister Tabitha, what do you think? I mean, that's something amazing. We have to, or African Americans constantly have to prove themselves. I have Brother Khalil here. He's going to be a PhD, and I pray that he gets it soon. So then, we need to see a book on him on radicalization of Black. No, so and then, but no, but what does that mean? Constantly having to prove yourself. Just you have the skills, you have the degrees, you have the paperwork, everything, but you still have to prove yourself. I mean, that's no matter. It seems like it's like a hurdle after hurdle after hurdle.
My thought on it. I just got through reading this great book, and one of the things he was saying is that we have to unify as a people. And once we do that, there are certain steps that we have to take as a people, because white people, they don't want us to be equal. That's not a thing. And so if we keep fighting them for it, we will lose every time. So I think that he was like, you have to, the education, economics, like we have to come together as a people and build our own wealth. And once we do that, then we're coming with enough power to be able to play on that same field. But right now, we don't have the power. And so we will never be able to make the laws or make any rules without it. So
Until we
we
have it.
have to do.
What were you
some-
saying, Sister Zakia?
I was just agreeing. We won't be possible until we actually have that establishment and establish the things that Tabitha is speaking about, because unfortunately we're all over the place.
Yeah, we're always
Okay, so
begging.
let me ask another question here regarding what you've mentioned. I mean, this is to Brother Khalil. It's a real question in a sense that we have a huge percentage of African Americans who are in jails. I mean, when we are talking about that there has to be some type of a base created, there has to be. How is it possible in homes where if there is no father figure, right? And when not only there's no father figure, but then the children who are at home, they constantly look at father and the dad is in jail. This
Design. It's by design.
I'm sorry, what?
It's by design. That's all by design.
By
That's
design. Okay. But see then. Go ahead.
Go ahead, sister.
Sorry, I didn't hear you. What were you saying?
No, that's what I'm saying is that like when you're trying to look, when you're trying to build a community, when you're trying to build, it happens from first building a home. I guess in a sense, it's just that the amount of, that's by design, and I agree. I see why you're saying that is by design, but it does have effect when you have that kind of percentage in jail. On children, on community, in homes, financially, family structure-wise, education-wise, when a huge part of, basically a pillar of the house is not there. How can, a woman, most of the African-American families are woman-run homes. Or am I wrong in this? How do you look at this thing? I mean, what have you seen? Have you seen the effects of this in the community in general?
I mean, yeah, absolutely. And like the sister was saying, it's by design. I think some of
Can
the
you explain the
comments-
design too, please?
Some of the comments before was addressing the fact that, we as African Americans, blacks, our history in this country, America had a civil war. America, going back to your first question, might have another one of their civil wars. But blacks, we didn't have our civil war. You see what I'm saying?
No, actually explain that.
Black people didn't have a civil war because, like Brother Malcolm said in his book, historically there were two types of slaves, right? So now we
That's
have a division of, blacks aren't a monolith. That's the problem. And that's why, the sister's comments are important because, and you said we keep, 2 steps forward, 3 steps back. See what I'm saying? And the design, the system is in place to keep us there. Since the days we get off the boats, the same system is here. And so we as blacks first have to come to the realization. And I always say, you talk about social justice, you can talk about the education system, you can talk about all these patchwork type of solutions for the black community. But I always say, and this is coming from me being a Muslim, that we can't change our condition until we have an ideological change, a systemic change. Because why we talk about the system, we always complain about the system, we always talk about, or throw solutions out there. The reality is that systems only are challenged with other systems, not individuals, not your nice civil rights, leadership and stuff like that. We need a complete system and a complete ideological change in order for us to move forward as a people, to challenge, whatever the greater American context has for us. If you want to look at specifically the issue with the prison industrial complex, you have
It's another industry.
You have tremendous scholars like Michelle Alexander out of New York who wrote about the new Jim Crow, how Jim Crow is a system. And shout out to my boy Toasty who's here in the studio. He introduced me to that book actually, and to that professor.
We got to have the brother next time.
Inshallah. Yeah, but he was the first one to tell me about that book, and so I was able to look at things, holistically and in context. Then you start researching. You can go all the way back to the days of slavery, where the police institution was there first to capture escaped slaves. Rikers Island in New York is named by a slave catcher. You see what I'm saying? So we got to understand that there's a system being implemented, and the only way you can challenge that system is with another system. That's where blacks have to come to first and foremost. And then, I mean, then you can go to education. You can go to, repairing those social relationships between the family. Obviously, they've been breaking up the family since the days of slavery. You know what I'm saying? That's nothing new.
We're seeing that even in the Muslim. Well, we're seeing it across the world. The whole family structure. Question here. This is again to all of you. The Muslim world. There is so much going on in the Muslim world, and especially in Africa. Most of the revolutions that have started, you call them Arab revolutions, or really African revolutions. It started in Tunis, goes to Libya, which is in Africa, goes to Egypt, which is in Africa.
Situation in Libya, man.
And then it goes to Syria, and then it's coming back to Sudan, again in Africa. Do the African Americans here see any connection to that? Number one. And number two, would if they were to see those connections, would that make some type of a difference? And the reason I ask that is that Malcolm X, when he left the Nation of Islam, one of the things that he was doing was traveling across the Muslim world, and he was going and he was connecting in Malaysia, he was connecting in Sudan, he was connecting because he realized that's where the brains are, that's where they see things. So are African Americans seeing what Malcolm X was seeing, or do they even care about what's happening? Or do they even see that huge revolutions are happening in the African lands?
Oh, no. I mean, to answer the first question, I'll let the sister jump in, but no and double no.
So go ahead, answer it. But it's to everybody here, so just jump in, because I know I'm all over, but these are, what do you think, Sister Tabitha and Sister Zakyah?
I can tell you, so when I was over at the girls' side, and I call myself an African American, and one of the girls said, she laughed, and I was like, what's so funny? And she said, we call you Black American. You shouldn't use the African American part because you're so far from Africa. If you're in Africa, if I were to come to Africa, you would be a Black American, not an African American. So let's start there. So it was an eye opener for me, but that is how she says they see us in Africa.
Yeah. Interesting.
No, that's very interesting. But do you see the connection though of the changes that are taking place in Africa, the kind of revolutions that are taking place that are affecting the world? I mean, is there any? Do the African Americans see that connection, or should we make those connections? Should we make the African Americans realize that there's a huge history and the next coming change in the world could be from Africa, and hence the role that they can play in such a dynamic change that may be coming? Go ahead, anyone.
That's a you on a roll with your heavy loaded questions tonight. And subhanAllah, I think it's important
it's a conference by itself.
Subhanallah.
I know. I'm thinking about Scramble of Africa. That's going to happen one of these days. Let's go on.
I mean, but this is a start, and it's good because these are things that we don't really talk about. And unfortunately, there is a disconnect between African Americans and Africans. And I'm speaking firsthand. I'm married to a West African, and we discuss this all the time. What the difference is. One thing you always tell me, Brother Shirazi, is, you have to know what's going on. You have to know what's happening in the Muslim world. And I always say to you, this world right here is full of enough. I'm really trying to I'm serious. I'm really trying to get through what it's taking for me to be okay here. And so when an average, and when I say average, I mean, my friends, my peers, people who I converse with, that's over there. And it really does not affect or even connect to us here, which is unfortunate.
But see, go ahead, Sister Tabitha. What's your thoughts on this?
No, I was listening to her, and then thoughts came into my head like, that's our problem. Like that, not if we're so focused on what's going on with ourselves. And I think, again, that's by design. So if you are too busy trying to focus on fixing you and yourself and what's going on around you, who cares what's going on over there? And so that's how they keep us from really stopping and saying, hey, we need to unify. We need to come together because I'm focused here and you're focused there, and we aren't connected. So that's what
thoughts on this?
Well,
And especially because you've been to Sudan.
Well, I grew up in Uptown first, so Uptown blacks and Africans, we didn't get along, and I understood that. That's very deeply rooted in a lot of different stuff, but there's no connection, unfortunately. I mean, it's getting better now, but back when you had the different waves of Africans coming into the community, I really never saw any real connection. I mean, there's a lot of superficial stuff. We come together and hold hands on Black History during Black History Month and so forth. And there are a lot of people out there that's trying to do the work of connecting Blacks with, Africa. And I'm not talking about, the ancestry, genetic, what I'm saying, stuff that they're doing, retracing your roots and all that. I'm talking about like real, connecting them with the land, getting business and stuff like that. Last year, Ghana was accepting Africans to make, she probably know the citizenship for Blacks in America, free citizenship for Ghana, the application process and everything. I know a couple of people who are doing that type of work. But to answer the second part of the question, that's the first part of the question, and that's that's me, and unfortunately my experience of dealing with Africans coming up here in the American context. African Americans and Blacks, we don't, really necessarily relate to Africans and the culture, and that's for obvious historical reasons. But looking into the affairs of what's going on the continent of Africa, it's even a further, mishap because, like the sister said, we more worried. We got so much stuff to consume here that we don't take the time out. I mean, we barely take the time out to find out what's going on outside of our block.
But you said something interesting earlier. You said, look, it's going to have to be an ideological change mindset. Right. So if the African Americans, they were given an ideological mindset, would that then connect them to the rest of the Muslim world as one body? Would that give them a new perspective in how they change?
Another loaded one. The sister was right.
I mean, it's a natural thing, right? I mean, I'll give you an example. Look, you were saying that, like my mom, whenever I used to talk about, at that time when I was young, there was Bosnia going on, Afghanistan going on. I remember I used to say, we got to do something. And I remember even having a conversation with my dad on Kashmir, and he kicked me out of the house for a day. He said, you're not coming back. Go. I don't care where you're going. You're not, because it was so loaded. We got into an issue. And
that's because your culture, you're different.
Okay, so I understand. I know but hold on. See, the culture is different, meaning Islamic culture was different the way what they were saying. But my mom used to say the same thing. Look, I got Afghanistan going on in my house. I don't need to go to Afghanistan and see what's going on over there. Right. So I see the connection that there's so many struggles that are happening here. But it's what I'm trying to say is that the system that is causing that struggle, that's causing that chaos in Africa, is the same system that's causing the same chaos here. Absolutely. Do the people see that there is it's the same struggle? No, not at all. And should that take place? Should the education take place? Should there be some kind of a program that does connect, of at least educating the revolutions that are taking place? Should that happen?
I believe this conversation is going to be great to start other conversations about some of these things. The reason why, I mean, we're laughing about it, but the reason why a lot of these questions are loaded, brother, is because we haven't gotten there yet. These are things we haven't fully considered.
Have you gotten there yet, or it's just never discussed before, or never connected like this?
It hasn't been discussed, so we can't be there at a place where we understand it and can embrace it and use it to resolve some of these issues. You're at a different point of view. You can see something that we can't see, partly because we're busy trying to hold on. We're busy trying to, keep it together. And unfortunately, what we see especially like in the entertainment world and with movies and even, you know, politically in some areas, being black is the thing. You know, it's oh, look at these people, they're so, you know, resilient and they keep coming back, and it's all these other people outside of us who are coming in and making these references. You know, one of the difference was, a guy came up to me and was like, man, aren't you glad they found those 3 guys in Georgia guilty? And I'm like, shouldn't they have been? I mean, yeah, but for you guys, you know, aren't you happy? And I'm like, wow, this is really embedded. This is really part of the system.
Right, 'cause it was more
Hold on. Are you saying that he's finally saying, "Oh, you got some justice"? Is that what you think you're saying? I'm trying to read into what you're saying.
It's more surprising that they were found guilty than if they weren't.
Yeah,
that was the surprise.
Most of us were expecting them to, you know, get off some kind of way.
That's normal.
Even looking at their faces, they themselves were surprised. It seemed. I mean, like, what's going on? This is not supposed to be the case. We're not supposed to be guilty. We can shoot a man right direct.
Yes.
No, I didn't hear. What was it?
I said that black people, we knew that OJ was guilty, but we were so happy that a black person got off that, hey, how fun, because it's not a usual thing.
That's real talk.
But you got to play football for that.
Huh?
You got to play football for that. You got to be entertainment. You know, before we go, I know we only have about 10 minutes. I wanted to ask this question. Look, you said, look, do the African Americans realize the power they have when it comes to entertainment? And the reason I say that, look, I was, maybe I shouldn't be discussing this. We were talking about Tupac the other day in our house. We were just listening to, you know, what is it that makes African Americans so, like you said, resilient, right? And we were just looking at his music in a sense that he was talking about so many political things, and he kind of made it, you know, African American woman. He was talking about, you know, just constantly helicopters hover over, you know, all that. I don't want to, you know, mention the words, but
his life.
What would be the role of, you know, such a skill, the amazing skill that African Americans have to use their own voice, you know, and pain in that voice. What do you think should be happening? What advice do you have to the youth, you know, that how they should be using their energy and their skill to get a point across?
Come to Islam.
Say what again?
Allah.
Come to Islam.
Come to Islam.
I like, there are a lot of things that I thought about before coming to Islam, but I'm gonna tell you right now, like, the way I think about oppression and the struggle of my people and the world has completely changed because I accepted Islam, because I reverted back to what I should have been. I was never this, I don't know, aware until then. And so when my brother did the same thing, and just talking to him, it seems like he is also, his mind, his thinking is also more open than it was before because of Islam. So that is my suggestion.
Okay, go ahead.
I've had a similar perspective because becoming Muslim, accepting Islam, and for those of you who aren't aware, in Islam, there's a structure. Allah gives us instruction and understanding of how to walk this life, how to react and respond to certain circumstances and situations. So it's not just, you know, all of a sudden, you know, Islam is, you know, but because of the way that our Creator created us and understood what we needed to know and understand, this is what Islam brought to us. It gave us this freedom to not fear being inferior, or to not fear being ostracized, or racism. There's no place for it, because Islam allows us to understand that God is our creator, and he gave us this regulation. I have a family member who also recently decided to become Muslim and learn about Islam. And when I asked him why, he just said that, when I speak to Muslims, they speak from a place of compassion and understanding. And these are things that we learn from Quran. These are things that we learn from, watching and understand our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And since then, even he has had a mildness to his anger. There has been a hiccup to his ignorance. He's no longer willing to just blow you off. And just in seeing that allows me to know that Islam is the answer for regulation. Islam is the answer for racism. Islam is the answer for inequalities. Not because I have to promote, I'm a Muslim, but because it is. And when you take the time to read, when you take the time to study, when you take the time to ask a question, these are things that Allah will show you. These are things that Allah will connect with your heart and your spirit. And nobody will need to convince you, because then you will know inside, this is for me. And so because of that, I need to walk a certain way, stand a certain way, engage with people a certain way. And these are some of the things that come from us reverting back to Islam. So when the sister is mentioning that as the answer, it truly is.
It truly is. It's Islam. So what's your view on this Islam? I mean, as a male, because one of the questions here is, does Islam give you the patience to deal with this? I'm going to ask you in a different way, because I know you've studied ideologies. And does Islam make you patience to take the oppression, or does Islam makes you just be patient?
Well, I mean,
I know it is, but it's
Loaded.
obviously we have a system. Islam, the most, in my opinion, the most practical advice given to me before I accepted Islam was to accept Islam holistically. Islam is a system, complete way of life. And as the sister mentioned, Prophet ﷺ is our model, our example, didn't leave anything unturned. So incorporating that into our ideology as a Muslim, first and foremost, has set me on, a trajectory where I can see things holistically. In terms of the question itself, Islam, I don't know how you're trying to frame it, because
what I'm saying is that, look, in the Muslim world, when I see oppression, I'm angry.
Yeah,
Islam didn't calm me down on this. Islam told me you need to stand up. Right? I'm not going to take somebody's not going to be able to slap me on the other side. No, that's not going to happen. So me as a Muslim, when I see oppression, I get angry. When I see people being treated a certain way, I get angry. When I see people being jailed and oppressed, I get angry. When I see people just bombarded, I get angry. That makes me, and
that's a natural emotion.
But also from Islamically, I look at oppression and I say, no, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, enjoin the good and forbid the evil.
Absolutely.
You have to stand up. That's one thing. But on the other hand, sometimes we say, well, we have to just have patience. That's the way I'm seeing it.
Right.
And that's what I'm asking you, is that it's not that we want African Americans just to have patience. We want them to see oppression the way it is and be angry about it, but have a solution.
Yeah, absolutely. Islam gives you that solution. Understanding the qadr of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, obviously incorporating that into our aqidah as well, is important. Understanding that, the reality on the ground. I mean, with social media and, everybody with one of these and, the technology that we have in our pockets, anybody can create a narrative, about any community that they don't like or any person that they don't like. And so what we have to do as Muslims is have the complete and total understanding. Submission to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala fully and unconditionally as a Muslim is the priority, right? And so will you understand that and accept that you as a Muslim, you're not fooled by these tools?
Hmm.
You're not fooled by your tools, but you also understand the conditions that are under your feet. And when you understand the conditions that are under your feet and the qadr of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, then, there's a time where you have to be patient, and there's a time where you have to enjoy the good and forbid the evil.
Take a stand.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a time, and, Allah gives you the different conditions to, deal with those times. And so, that's how we have to look at things.
We only have 2 minutes. So I'm going to ask you a question. That's going to be, I know, but I got a question too. Here, it says here, should we accept Muslims saying we are busy with our own struggles as an excuse for not being able to at least educate ourselves about what other struggles are? For instance, Egypt and Palestine, and et cetera, et cetera. Is this, I guess anybody can take that question. I mean, is this an excuse to not to learn about the struggles of other people? But see, let me ask you, maybe it might be easier to answer that. Go ahead, answer. Go ahead. I want to ask something very similar to this, but
No, being busy with our own struggles is not an excuse. I didn't make that an excuse for myself, and it seemed like I did earlier in terms of some of the dialogue that we have. I totally did not mean to come across like that. Absolutely, I think there was a talk before this one or something like that where you guys were talking about the neighbors. Or I listen to so many things simultaneously, but taking care of your neighbor is an absolute must. We talked last time about the obligations of a community. And in Islam, it's bigger than our ego. It's bigger than ourselves. When I say that, we're busy, I meant that in general. Like, a lot of times, and
I mean,
this
life
is a
in
very
general, what's
individualistic
happening.
society.
Yeah,
This is a very individualistic society. So, as a Muslim, no, that's not an excuse.
That's not an excuse. Let me ask you guys a question. Do you think the black community is racist? I mean, look, yesterday, I know when I was talking to Brother Ayman, he was saying, oh, the Arab are not racist and da-da-da-da. But, I gave an example. I went and gave a khutbah. I remember Masjid Farouk one time. And after the khutbah, I almost got killed. Brothers came up to me and they were like, man, what do you know about black struggle? And what do you're going to come in our community and you're going to talk to us like that? Like you. The question is, can somebody like me, would I be heard in the black community?
It depends.
Well, what does that mean?
It depends on what it is that you're trying to say. It depends on how you approach whatever matter that you're trying to speak upon.
So what would be the approach? Tell me. I want to know, because
that right there.
talk to me.
If you want to know, go and find out. It's the same spectrum as us not being aware of what's going on in Syria. I please forgive me if I made it seem like it's an excuse as well.
No. I'm telling you what happened to me. So meaning in a sense that look, there is sometimes we. Go ahead.
I was attempting to address something else, but I do think that it's the same thing. If you want to be educated on the plight of what's happening in this community, you need to go and see it for yourself. You need to be in it. The news is going to give you only their perspective. But if you're not there, if you're not in the community, if you're not with these people, if you're not marching with these people, if you're not sitting and crying sometimes with these people, then you will not understand. You won't understand. And as long as we have the time to, be stuck in entertainment, as long as we have the time to be preoccupied with, racism and prejudice, I don't think, African Americans, some people say black people can't be racist. However, we are very sensitive to race. We're very sensitive to it. And so things boil down to it when it may not even be the case. So these are some things that you have to do and you have to learn and understand in order to make the difference that you want to make. And then we have to come together. And I pray to Allah that this conversation ignites some other conversations so that we can start to be on the same understanding of what it is that we want and how do we get there.
Brother Khalil, I know this, but it's a big deal, right? I mean, it's because I don't want to, because people can come and say, why is it always us being racist, right? How about African American community? Can I walk alone and go down Howard right here about 10 minutes and just like right now what would happen to me?
Well, you probably get scratched, but I've given khutbah at Masjid Farouk also. That's a tight crowd sometimes, and the brothers.
So imagine what happened
the
to me.
brothers are very, you know. But if you come with the African American community, if you come openly and sincerely, I'm not sure what your mistake was, what you said, and I know you can say some things.
You know how I am.
But as long as you come openly and sincerely, like the sister said, become a genuine member of the community. Like, I mean, come on,
this happened.
We got
This
all kind
happened
of
15
people.
years ago, right? This not.
I know.
But
I know.
now I walk in the community. You know, every Muslim in Southside, they know. You know, we
But
sit
blacks
down,
in general, I
yeah,
mean, as long as you come, you know, openly and sincerely, and you know, it wouldn't be a problem.
So, is it important then for Muslim leadership to come together and understand how we need to enter this community?
100%.
What advice do you give? And everybody here, if you can please advise everyone, please.
Everybody's getting quiet.
Thoughts, please. 10 seconds. 10 seconds. 10 seconds.
Well, I'm not sure where you're trying to go with the question. What
advice? Because
what advice would I give?
there's so many resources in that the Muslims have, right? But the thing is, it's always
Material
used
resources?
material resources, intellectual resources that are there,
Yeah.
but they're always utilized. They're always wasted, right? $12 million masajid, $16 million masajid, $24 million masajid, brick and cement, while you have huge amounts and people who are dying to learn this deen.
Yeah.
Are we investing properly strategically in the Muslim community?
I would say as a whole, no, and I'm only speaking for Chicago. Been to other places, obviously, but what I see on the ground every day, no, it's a problem. But you got to understand that, you know, a lot of times maybe an immigrant community or organization or some sort of structural, you know, it comes in, you know, with, you know, the power dynamic. The power dynamic is off. So, I mean, to get to your question, I think that, you know, balancing that power dynamic is important. You see what I'm saying? Putting people in position, African Americans, blacks, putting them in position to lead, you know, the community as a whole. You see what I'm saying? I think that's lacking. You know, and I see brothers doing the work on the micro level, and I know that there's brothers is doing, you know, a lot of sincere work out there. But you know, as a whole, I think that's the biggest problem. And
As a
I'll
whole,
leave it at that.
how about Sister Tabitha? What do you think?
So you just mentioned walking down Howard Street. So I could say just from being from that area, you know, West Ridge and Rogers Park has the highest amount of immigrant refugees, and the majority of them are Muslim. However, on Howard Street or anywhere near there, there's not one masjid. And so if they don't see us and they don't understand what it is, they just know, you know, NOI as far as I know, then what are they going to do? We have to be out there. We have to be seen.
So that's the issue of education. That's just they don't know us. So
But
how are you
we're
supposed to?
there,
I
so
understand.
they won't even see us walking around, because why would we need
Very
to
good
walk
point.
around there?
No, I actually that's a very good point. We have close to 50 masajid just in this 3-4 streets. Every basement has a masjid, and that's true that Howard does not have a masjid. What
Not one.
would that's true. That's true. Sister Zakyah, your thoughts
On
on this? Are we investing properly in where we need to invest as Muslims? Let's say with the kind of resources that the Muslims have, intellectually and material resources, are we doing justice to Islamic dawah in this country, especially in African American community?
oh yeah, so I was gonna ask to the Muslim community or to the African American community?
I mean, you know, African American Muslim community. For me, it's a Muslim community. So, but I'm saying, okay, let's be a bit more. Okay, African American community.
In the African American community, I would say yes. In the area that I'm from, there are multiple masajids that are part of a house, or you know, there's very few established masjids. There is one on the south side that has been around for a very long time. That's Masjid al-Fakir.
Yeah.
And this masjid is a masjid who is in dire need of, finances, dawah, curriculum. The investment for some of these huge masjids on the north side to, kind of tunnel into that is much needed. However, it still needs to be at a rate that allows our community to grow the way that they need to grow. We have two things that are going on here. We have us, the people in this community, the African Americans, who need to understand what the problem is. And then we have the people on the outside who, in my opinion, need to stop fueling the fight. Be aware that,
I hope that's not to me over there. I'm done. Go on. Go on.
Be aware no, but be
I'm
aware
reading mathematics too much. That's what it is.
Just be aware that all African Americans are not these, thugged out, baby mama, illiterate people with no sense of, being human. That's just not true. And if there's going to be money and finances invested into the community, again, take that first step and learn what that community needs, and you'll be able to see from there which way you need to go.
With that, inshallah, we are going to end this session. Brothers and sisters, this was, I think, actually one of the best discussions we've had. It's amazing how many perspectives that come in when you're talking about this type of discussion that we're having. Connection with Africa itself, connection with African Americans here, the revolutions in the Muslim world versus questions of civil war in this country. The question that I want to end this session with is: have African Americans, or have they ever seen the kind of potential that they have? For me, someone from being an outsider, let's say studying Africa, been to Africa, many parts of Africa, and studying colonialism and colonization, seeing the kind of potential that we are seeing in the Muslim world, which is coming out of Africa, could create a whole new world, could actually destroy the power dynamics today that exist in the world, and it could be starting from Africa. That kind of connection, and that we can bring to this country, meaning a relationship that could be built, subhanAllah, intellectually, is something amazing. And that I would actually invite the African Americans to say, a lot of books need to be read, a lot of history needs to be understood and read, a lot of connections need to be made. And when that happens, I think many doors will open in ways that we could never imagine. And that's the power of knowledge, and that's the power of education. And we ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala uses us to be able to be tools for the growth of Islam and da'wah in this country, inshallah. Jazakumullah khairan to all of the brothers, and Brother Khalil, Sister Zakyah, Sister Tabitha, for being here, for discussing this amazing topic. And that this will not be the last time we'll discuss this, inshallah. Jazakumullah khairan to all the brothers and sisters. Within 30 minutes, right? 20 minutes, we are going to have Brother Hasan here, who's already here actually in the studio. We are going to discuss Bosnia and the new situation that is occurring, that's building up in Bosnia. Someone who was a soldier in Bosnia, somebody who spent a lot of time in that area. Inshallah, he'll be up at 8 o'clock. We'll see you then. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
حي الشباب العاملين خير الكتائب أجمعين من شيدوا صرح الرشاد ليرفعوا لله دين. حي الشباب العاملين خير الكتائب أجمعين من شيدوا صرح الرشاد ليرفعوا لله دين. من قد أبوا إلا الصلاة من مصلحين لا يعملون لغاية إلا صلاح المسلمين. من قد أبوا إلا الصلاح فديتهم من مصلح لا يعملون لغاية إلا فلاح المسلمين لا يعملون لغاية إلا فلاح المسلمين
جاءوا الملا برسالة بيضاء من وحي الأمين ودعوا إلى السير القويم على غرار السالفين
جاءوا الملا برسالة بيضاء من وحي الأمين ودعوا إلى السير القويم على غرار السالفين
قسما لهم مجد نغر فاق مجد الخالد ومشى الركاب بذكرهم ندا على مر السنين
قسما لهم مجد أبر فاق مجد الخالد ومشى الركاب بذكرهم ندا على مر السنين قسما لهم مجد أبر فاق مجد الخالد ومشى الركاب بذكرهم ندا على مر السنين
ومشى الركاب بذكرهم ندا على مر السنين
حي الشباب العاملين خير الكتائب أجمعين من شيدوا صرح الرشاد ليرفعوا لله دين
من قد أبوا
إلا الصلاة من مصلحين لا يعملون لغاية إلا فلاح المسلمين من قد أبوا إلا الصلاح فديتهم من مصلحين لا يعملون لغاية إلا فلاح المسلمين لا يعملون لغاية إلا فلاح المسلمين
هي أمتي تاج الأمم ودرة العرش المكين هذا الرداء من التكاسل والخمول ستخلعين
هي أمتي تاج الأمم ودرة العرش المكين هذا الرداء من التكاسل والخمول ستخلعين
إن كل عزم للشيوخ وبالنجاح لهم ندي لا تجزعي أو تيسي عزم الشبيبة لا
إن كل عزم للشيوخ وبالنجاح لهم ندي لا تجزعي أو تيأسي عزم الشبيبة لا يلي إن كل عزم للشيوخ وبالنجاح لهم ندي لا تجزعي أو تيأسي عزم الشبيبة لا يلي
لا تجزعي أو تيأسي عزم الشبيبة لا يلي
حي الشباب حي الشباب حي الشباب حي الشباب العاملين
يا فتية الإرشاد جند المجد مصباح اليقين يا فخر من حمل المشاعر للهدى في العالمين
يا فتية الإرشاد جند المجد مصباح اليقين يا فخر من حمل المشاعر للهدى في العالمين
سيروا إلى العليا إلى قرة عيون الحاسدين والله جل يمدكم بالعون والنصر المبين
سيروا إلى العليا إلى قرت عيون الحاسدين والله جل يمدكم بالعون والنصر المبين سيروا إلى العليا إلى قرت عيون الحاسدين والله جل يمدكم بالعون والنصر المبين
والله جل يمدكم بالعون والنصر المبين
والله جل يمدكم بالعون والنصر المبين
حي الشباب حي الشباب حي الشباب العاملين
حي الشباب العاملين خير الكتائب أجمعين من شيدوا صرح الرشاد ليرفعوا لله دين من قد أبوا إلا الصلاح فديتهم من مصلحين لا يعملون لغاية إلا فلاح المسلمين حي الشباب العاملين خير الكتائب أجمعين من شيدوا صرح الرشاد
Winter is arriving in Syria. This means that 2 million Syrian IDPs that live in makeshift camps will suffer again. The harsh weather conditions, rains, floods and bitter cold make life in a tent a horrible experience. Many infants and children die in these conditions, usually frozen to death. Help these children and their parents survive this winter and support our winter relief program. Reported by Abu Hurairah radiallahu anhu, the Prophet sallallahu alayhi wasallam said, "He who removes from a believer one of his difficulties of this world, Allah will remove one of his troubles on the day of resurrection. And he who finds his relief for a hard-pressed person, Allah will make things easy for him on the day of resurrection. The oppressed people of Sham are awaiting your help. Please donate now.
مانده شدیم قسمت بالایی کو بود که نیکنه جان آمدیم. خب نیکنه جان نفتی صنف چند مکتب هستی؟
صنف 4 بودم دیگه ایلا کردم کاکا.
چرا ایلا کردی؟
دیگه نخواندیم دیگه.
وقتی کار میکردی؟
کار میکنیم.
خب ماشاءالله همه روزه از اینجا این توجه که پای میری؟ بسیار مسافت دور است. این مواد است انشالله به خود تسلیم میشه از طرف اسلامیک اوسیس اگزمستان خوب داشته باشین. خب و این مادر جان تزدیکنی؟ خال جان خوب هستین شما؟
سلام، چطور هستی بیادر خوب؟
اینجا استاد شوین بخشین. میشه که در ارتباط با وضعیت اقتصادی تان از شما بشنویم؟
وضعیت سخازی خب بسیار خراب است بیادر. کار نه بار نه شویم کراچیوان است اشتکاکایم خود ریزه. بچه جوان ندارم، بچه ریزگک است پلاستیک فروشی میکنه.
خب و این سری دخترکتون چه کار میکنه؟
مجبور هستم بیادر چطور کنم پیسه یک لقمه نان پیدا کنه.
خب
مکتب از همین خاطر ایلا کرد به خاطر این روزگار خراب.
خب و از صبح تا شام همونجا شده؟
از صبح تا شام میشینه، شام که شد باز میخیده.
چند کار میکنه؟
روز 55 35 40
مشکل تا حل میشه باز؟
نه بابا 35 45 چی میشه؟ 3 تا نانم نمیشه.
ان شاء الله این مواد از طریق اسلامیک اواسیس به شما داده میشه، مشکلاتتان خدا حل.
ای ببین خدا کدش خوبی کنه، خدا بسیار کدش خوبی کنه که دست یک غریب بیچاره را میگیره خداوند اجرش در او دنیا برش بده.
زنده باشین، بخیر باشین. چطور از وضعیت اقتصادی تو؟
وضعیت اقتصادی خودتان میفهمید دیگه. تو وضعیت ما با درجه آخر از صفر تیر شده.
دیشب چی خوردین یادتون است؟
دیشب راست گویی دلده خوردیم. یک چیز به نام دلده میگن، یک غذا. نان نداشتیم با حساب یک ذره دلده کردیم.
خب و با زمستان چوب چیز گرفتین نگرفتین؟ مواد خوراکی که به شما داده میشه قبلا هم شما گرفتین نگرفتین؟
نه نگرفتیم.
مواد سوخت هم ندارین. زمستان چطور خود کردین؟
مجبور هستیم، خدا مهربان است یک چاره و وسیله شود. تا بال خود نگرفتیم.
این مواد از شامل آرد و روغن و همچنان نخود، لوبیا، چای، بوره و رب، مواد دیگه که از شوینده باب. ان شاء الله مشکلات زمستان تا اندازه حل خواهد.
یک اندازه حل میشه. خیر ببینن. تشکر از دفترتان، از کسی که کمک میکنه، پروردگار کمکش کنه. این
هدیه اسلامیک اواسیس با مردم افغانستان.
بخیر باشی بچه، کامیاب باشی. خوش هستیم. خیر ببینی.
زنده باشی مادر بزرگوار. اسلامیک اواسیس ارگانیزیشن است که در شرایط دشوار مردم و ملت افغانستان هیچ وقت فراموش نکرده است. انشالله دیستریبیوشن زمستانی هم براه هست. و السلام علیکم و رحمت الله و برکاته.
الحمد لله رب العالمين. الصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. Dear brothers and sisters, first of all, jazakumullahu khairan for everything that you guys do. And to all those donors and to all those brothers who make dua for us and all of those who constantly make dua for our success. Wallahi, dear brothers and sisters, what you see behind me is the home construction project. This is actually a whole village that we are building with the help and tawfiq from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala Rabbul Alameen. It is from the favors from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that Allah uses you for the benefit of His ummah, for the ummah of Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, for the benefit of the slaves of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. If you look at the need here, this is a war zone. This is a place where people are moving one place to another place to find shelter. So many families. If you think about it, just from the last battle, there were almost 1.2 million people displaced. Then you have Atme camp here, which has over 2.5 to 3 million people living in these tents. Then you have IDPs in general, right? IDPs, internally displaced people, who are coming from all different cities and parts of Syria, from Hama, from Homs, from Halab, from Damashq, from Allah knows all of these places. People are coming and trying to find safety. And with the help of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, we are building these homes where when people come for safety, they have these homes. We're providing homes for those who are in desperate need, orphans, elderly, sick, women, children. You know, I was just in the camp yesterday. We did a food distribution there, food boxes distribution there. It's so sad, brothers and sisters, wallah, to see sisters who have to watch their step and where they're going just to go to use the bathroom. Imagine trying to, there is no privacy, there is no honor. Everything is in front of the masses. You have 500 tents, 1,000 tents, 1.2 million tents. And especially think about it if you have daughters and if you have, young girls and young children, and if you have elderly grandparents who are sick, who are injured, who are orphans, who are widows living in these camps. So that motivated when we saw this, and when we continuously were seeing the situation of the Muslim, we said, no, we have to do what we can. With the help of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, you stepped up, and here we are. This is what you're seeing. SubhanAllah, construction taking place. The whole idea is to build at least 40 blocks. That's 500 homes or 500 families is what we are looking at. 500 families is our goal, inshallah, to place them. Not in tents, not in shelters, actual proper apartments with 3 bedrooms and 3 rooms and balcony and bathroom and kitchen, actual cement and brick home where they can call it their own, where they have shelter, where they have a place where they can call it their home. Brothers, it is a big deal. Believe me, it is a big deal to be able to provide such huge need. Medical is a huge need, of course, and after medical, it's shelter. Providing homes, because people are literally living under the sky, under all types of situations. So we ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to bless you and your families. We ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to provide you shade when there will be no shade except the shade of the throne of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. We ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to protect and preserve you and your families. We ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to give you from places you couldn't even imagine. We ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to never ever put you or your families or any of us in a situation where we have to spread our hands. Brothers and sisters, when you give for the sake of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, when you build for the sake of Allah, whether it's masajid, whether it's homes, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the Prophet sallallahu alayhi wa sallam said, the one who removes a difficulty of a Muslim, depending on how harsh or what it is, Allah will remove that difficulty of the day of judgment. Who would want that? Ya Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, Allah will remove that difficulty.
اعتقال مهما طال السجن وطال هذا دربك درب رجال يابا درب رجال يابا درب رجال سجنك خلوة وابتهال والزنزان جمع بطال سجنك خلوة وابتهال والزنزان جمع بطال منك سجانك مينك لا لا مينك لا لا مينك راسك عالي 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 جبينك عالي 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 راسك عالي 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 جبينك عالي 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 راسك عالي جبينك عالي راسك عالي جبينك عالي قسما صامت مثل جبال وانت الغالي غالي غالي لأهلك غالي 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 وانت الغالي غالي غالي لأهلك غالي 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 انت الغالي لأهلك غالي وانت الغالي لأهلك غالي قسما تحريرك في البال لو سجنوا جسمك يا محارب أو غطوا منك العيون تبقى الحر ويبقى الغاصب بديارك هو المسجون عهدا منا نوفي الدين ما ننساكم أسرانا حنا وياكم صمدين يوم الفرح ملقانا
Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Salatu wassalamu ala Sayyidina Muhammad وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. Brothers and sisters, welcome back to another session, and another important session, a session that is very relevant as we speak. As many of you may know or may not know, that things are heating up again in Bosnia. We have, of course, the area itself has been in crisis for a very long time. We saw the Bosnian War in the 90s, and we saw the kind of massacres that took place in the heart of Europe in many ways that people never thought that would happen. And now again, due to the way just the government was set up as a confederation, that again we are seeing cracks in the system. And the question that we are asking is, are we going to go to another civil war or war in Europe? And to have that discussion, we have Brother Hasan here, who was in the war in Bosnia, who was a soldier there. Today, of course, he's a regular civilian who runs a business, and does a lot of work within the Muslim community, building masajid, supporting many projects that are across the world that the Muslims are running. So, inshallah, we'll begin with that topic. Assalamu alaikum, Brother Hasan. How are you?
Alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah, brother.
Assalamu. So, Brother Hasan, tell us a little bit about your life in Bosnia, and what is your background? What was Bosnia, and what do you see happening today?
What is Bosnia? What is my background? Honestly, Bosnia, there's a lot of history there. A lot of history when it comes to Bosnia. Is about 1,000 years old, and the stories goes back 1,000 years. When it was small kingdom before the Ottomans came.
Before the Ottomans came,
there was a small kingdom. There was some dominion of Christianity, closest to Catholics, but neither Catholic nor the Christian. So when the Ottomans came, they immediately accepted Islam, kind of in a heartbeat, So, and also, majority of the Bosnian population became Muslims, and that was run all the way until 1878, I believe, and Ottomans had to leave the area, leave the Balkans, and Bosnia. So Bosnian destiny was decided in Berlin.
This is 1818. Is this?
This is 1878, if I'm not mistaken. But in that time, like late 19th century. So the Austria then came to Bosnia, and they kind of established new regime. Completely have something from the Muslim, 100% Muslim regime to completely 100% non-Muslim regime.
So you mean from the Ottomans, the Ottomani, basically the Ottoman Caliphate, to now an Austrian empire, basically.
Correct. And that was a shock. That was a shock for Bosnian people. It was a huge change that happened overnight. There was a kind of revolution, but there was not enough power kind of to stop Austria. It was like superpower at that time. So Austria came, and then they changed a lot. They brought wine, they brought women, and they started destroying Bosnian families, Bosnian Muslim families. So the life as Bosnia knew at that time changed to the worse. Then, as everybody knows, this killing of Prince Ferdinand happened in 1914 in Sarajevo that triggered the World War I.
Yes.
And then World War I started, and Bosnia was at that time part of the Serbo-Croatian, and how to call some unity between Serbo-Croatians, and that lasts until World War II started. After World War II and win of the socialists and fall of fascism, Bosnia became part of the country called Yugoslavia. Yugoslavia was kind of country created after World War II. It wasn't meant. By its nature was sustainable. Because it was made of six states, something similar system like here. There was one country had 6 states in it.
Okay. So you have Kosovo. This is what you're talking about.
Kosovo's part was not a state at that time. Kosovo was a part of the Serbia. Serbia and Vojvodina and Kosovo were part of Serbia. You had Macedonia, you had Bosnia and Herzegovina, you had Croatia, Montenegro, and Slovenia. And I was just on a road trip. I mean, on a trip with my wife, my family, a couple of weeks ago, and we went to the 1 week. We had to go to our daughter's competition on the West Coast, and in LA. And a week later, we went to Boston. So it kind of from one side, one kind of coast to coast, about 3,000 miles, 5,000 kilometers distance. And both location, you can feel that you're in America. The American mentality. You know. Yugoslavia, you had 4 completely different language spoken. So when you travel a couple hundred miles, you can feel that you're somewhere else. You know,
Cultural
different
differences,
mentality, culture,
tradition.
different tradition, everything is different. So, but what happened in after World War II, the Tito became the president. He was this figure that was blindly followed and loved by everyone without exception. Those who opposed him would disappear. You know. And what happened, like a huge move by him, it was gutsy call on his side, I have to admit. In 1948, when Eastern Pact was formed, and when Yugoslavia was located, that's supposed to gravitate toward Russia, toward Soviet Union, Tito says no. At that time, to say no to Stalin, it was a big deal. It was very, very gutsy call. Yeah. What he did, he flew to the United States. He spoke, I believe Truman was president at that time. He said, how about you hold my back? Because I want to go to them. You know, I'm not coming to you, but I'm not going to them either. And what they did, they formed this unity with President Nasser from Egypt,
Abdel
Nasser, and President Nehru from India. They formed this pact of independent states, independent countries. They were neither run by East or by the West. You know.
This, I remember, yes, they were trying to create a whole different decolonization bloc almost.
Right.
Because they were being separated from either not British, or they were trying to disconnect and say, okay, we're going to create our own bloc.
Correct.
Yes, I remember.
We call this like mild socialism. It wasn't that strong like it was in Russia, in the Soviet Union, but it was kind of mild version of that. You know. We had
a lot of the African countries also got involved in that.
Right. A lot of African countries, majority. We were only European country there, and there was India and a lot of African countries. So we lived in a peace and a quiet. Secularism was there was only one party. Religion wasn't meant to be practiced. So if you want to be a member of Communist Party, you have to be a member of the Communist Party in order to what they call climb this corporate ladder. If you have any position anywhere, you must be a member of the Communist Party. But in order to be a member of the Communist Party, you cannot openly practice religion. So you have to kind of communism. Keep it to yourself. You know, if you want to do it openly, then you cannot progress. You know, thus you have this madrasa and high school have these benefits: free lunch, free ride, free whatnot. They give to the high schoolers, except the Muslim high school. They teach Islam. They had no privileges whatsoever. You know? So that was kind of discrimination of the kind. And
that was to remove Islam.
That was kind of to slowly remove Islam. And if this war didn't happen, they might succeed it. You know? Because Islam came down to grandpas and grandmas. You know, and nobody else was there's something that all people practice. You know,
let me ask you this though. I mean, since 1818, when the Ottomans leave, did they leave or they were removed?
They had to go.
Austrian
had to go.
Okay, because of the Austrian.
They were weakened so much. They said they had to go.
You know, Islam that's there today in Bosnia. I mean, more of Europeanized. You know, because we see a lot more European so-called modernization or whatever. You know, I don't know how to even look at it, but has this been since that time where Islam has been reduced to maybe just few cultural practices, or when did it became where Islam is not really, it seems like Islam came back after the recent what happened in the 90s,
Right.
With more power and strength. But before that, what Islam was there? I mean,
After Ottomans left, it deteriorated to the point that probably by now, probably nobody will practice it. It came to that point, because I know the life in Yugoslavia in beginning of the 90s, like 90, 91, actually 89, 90, just before the war started, just before they kind of was warming up for the war, And none of my friends, nor myself, nor my parents, and anyone I knew practiced Islam. My grandma did, So
how did they practice Islam? Just praying?
She was praying, and that was something whoever practiced Islam, it was kind of unusual things. We would go to kind of ask some supernatural things, like they have these superpowers or something, they are kind of this different breed of people, sheep, something. And there were always these stories that somebody saw something, some people, a ghost or somebody. Islam came to this kind of fairy tale.
It's a jinn story.
Yeah, jinn story. Jinn stories are kind of very, very popular. Or some guy came and was taking wudu and nobody see him again, and some guy went to the graveyard and disappeared. Those kind of stories, just fairy tale stories,
But Islam wasn't there like we see. So what is so now? Okay, you said what led to the war? I mean, because I'm going to connect it to what's happening today. I want to know what led to war in the beginning, in the 90s.
Yeah. So as I said, that Yugoslavia was formed, and it was not kind of something that was meant to be.
Mm-hmm.
And after
why? Because of different religions,
different culture, different just everything was. I mean, we lived in a peace and a brotherhood, but it was enforced on us. It was enforced.
You couldn't connect with the people. There was no connection. There was no.
I mean, how you connect to somebody who you don't even understand. You go for example, you go to Slovenia, and it's a completely different language. Nothing, I can understand. Kosovo is completely different language. Macedonia is completely different language, and you have these accents, this different dialect. So it's hard to connect. But it was a peace. It was safe. Everybody was. There was no classes. Everybody was at the same class, and we were all poor. We just didn't know that. We thought that he has a good life.
But that was everybody was poor.
Everybody was poor.
There was something that was across everybody connected.
Yeah, so nobody can kind of see nothing else. There is nobody who has. There was no this significant. Everything is owned by the government. There's no private property. There's nothing is private.
Because of communism.
Because of communism. Yeah.
So, what leads to war? What leads to the chaos that occurs?
Okay, after Tito died, a few years later, he died in 1980, and he kept really strong fist there. He held everyone together, But at the same time, he lived very luxurious life.
Like the dictators that we see today.
He had it kind of, everybody knew that he was, what was he doing, what kind of life he lived. So he didn't leave any successor. When he died, we all were sad and for quite some time, and then these new kind of ideas start emerging.
What ideas?
Because before, if somebody had a different idea, you disappear, or you go to jail. There was no right for a different idea. You have to agree with the idea of
you couldn't speak against communism.
You cannot. You cannot even remotely speak against communism. You cannot propagate something that will eventually maybe go against communism in the future. So this was it was cut at the very beginning. Any attempt to say something against communism would kind of be put in some island that nobody knows about and do hard labor 20 hours.
Or you disappear.
You disappear. And you will appear maybe 30 years later, kind of completely brainwashed. And then what happened after that? These new forces start emerging, creating these national differences. and religion differences, saying we cannot, maybe we shouldn't be together.
So nationalism is now promoted. So Serbians wants to be Serbians, and
Serbia wants to be Serbians, and they want to live in Serbia. Croatians want to
Croats. They want
be Croats. And the problem with that was that in each of these republics, there was in Croatia there was Serbians living there. In Bosnia we have Croatian and Serbs live there. So now they actually want to belong to Serbia. Serbs in Bosnia want to be part of Serbia. Croatians in Bosnia, they want to be part of Croatia. Serbs in Croatia, they want to be part of Serbia. And Serbia saw an opportunity to create this big Serbia, to unite all the Serbs under one country, to kind of conquer all the land where Serbs lives, and in the process to expel all the Muslims from the area. And it began with Slovenia at 91, but Slovenia was not of anyone interest, so that war was done in a week. And then very bloody war started in Croatia. That was in the fall of 1991, where Serbs attacked I believe there was the eastern border, because they were kind of bordering, and they did some atrocities there. So they was brutal.
There was massacre
going on. And they conquered.
Why were they so brutal? I mean,
that's what I don't know. That's what I can
because Russians are also the same way.
Why this brutality? Where is this coming from?
Because if you look at the massacres and the mass graves and the raping and the killing,
those raping and killings and those brutalities, they were just like outside the realm of humanity.
Right? No,
you kill you kind of become. I understand that you don't. I understand that you hate Islam. I understand that you hate Muslim. But this much, seriously, what was this all about? That's what I never got. I could.
And you were.
I was there.
How old were you when
22.
And what were you in college, school?
I was in college.
You were in college, and all of a sudden this starts, and you decide. I mean, maybe many people left, I'm sure, but then you decide, no, I'm going to stay here, protect my people.
I was actually young, I remember my father said we were kind of thinking what to do, what's going on, what's happening, because we lived in Sarajevo. Sarajevo
was the heart of a
multi-ethnic city. We have in 1 square mile, you have mosques, you have Orthodox church, you have Catholic church, you have synagogues, So we couldn't understand how this can happen here.
And this was there under the Ottomans too.
That was
the reason I'm saying that is because a lot of times Muslims, or even in general non-Muslims, they always say, so the Ottomans were so they were they racist or this or that. But if you look at what you're just describing, that on one street there were mosques and there were churches and there were other things.
Ottomans actually building churches, monasteries. They built them. I mean, in 500 years, you can wipe out existence of to kind of eliminate traces of anything you want. Look what's happened in Southern America in 200 years. Right. Everybody is Catholic, everybody speaks Spanish. How does that happen?
And what happened in Spain?
So Ottomans were kind of applying by Islamic rules. There is no compulsion in Islam, But Muslims in Bosnians accepted Islam. But at the same time, Serbs at Serbia did not. And they see us as some kind of traitors. How could you do that? How could you accept? I mean, to begin with, we were not Serbs to begin with. So why do you even care? If there are Serbs accepting Islam, I can understand. But they were never Serbs, and they were.
Although they are Serbian Muslims.
They are Serbian Muslims. You can find them in Montenegro.
Yeah.
Those Serbians accepting Islam.
Yeah.
Southern Montenegro, the Sanjak, probably, there were Serbians accepting Islam. But in Bosnia, there was completely different culture, different nation, different religion there. But they hated Islam to the bone. And when the war started, they kind of took. I mean, the thing is, Yugoslavian army is completely under control of Serbia. all the weapons were there. All the intelligence is there, and Bosnia had nothing. So Serbia decided now this is the opportunity to wipe them out, and put all Serbs under one flag, under one country. Croatia did the same. They said we're gonna create a big Croatia. We're gonna join part of the Bosnia. The majority Croatian lives, and we're gonna make them big Croatia. We're gonna change the borders, and we're gonna wipe out all the Muslims from the in between.
So both sides are saying all-out war against Muslims in Islam.
The
Croats and the Serbians.
Croatia didn't start war right away. They joined a little bit later. They started war a little bit later because they're busy with their own problems. And they started in 93. They started war against Muslims. But we had some kind of peace in 95, so non-attacking. But, I mean, amnesty was there. It's kind of...
It was cooking.
Lesser of the two evil. So I'll put it that way. They were not kind of as brutal as Serbs, but they didn't like us either. They still don't do.
Well, we're saying now what you never know. May Allah protect the Muslims. So then the war begins.
And
war began 92.
It started April 1992.
92, yes.
And immediately Serbs start occupying the Bosnian territory. Now, Bosnians had no weapons whatsoever.
But why was that, Sheikh? I mean, I remember, I believe me, I remember the Bosnian war very well. Even though I was very young, but I was following it. I was seeing what's going on. There were a lot of people who were coming to the mosques, and we were doing fundraisings and trying to support the refugees there. And there were refugees coming here even. But why? What was the exact reason why there was no weapons, in the Bosnian side?
Why? I didn't answer the question.
Meaning that was it like the kind of weapons that the Serbs had? Like, the Bosnians had nothing.
Serb has an entire Yugoslavian army weapon, which was fourth army by the strength in Europe at that time. Very strong army. Bosnians had no weapons.
And it was Milosevic.
Milosevic was the kind of started the whole thing.
Yeah.
And the Bosnia, only what we had, what police station had, whatever you can find in police station weapons, that's what we had. But the thing is, what we had, many unexplainable things start happening. You cannot kind of unlogic things. I remember myself in 1992 guarding my building with a baseball bat with a couple of my friends and being convinced 100% that they cannot defeat us. And everyone was thinking the same way. We had no weapons, but there was something else that we had. This God-given, moral to defend the country, And there was united.
At this time, you're thinking as Muslim, or are you thinking of just as Bosnian? What are you thinking?
Just thinking as a Bosnian. As a Bosnian. The religion, Islam didn't kick in yet. We are all now united. There was a lot of, I have to admit, there was quite a number of Serbs and Croatians that stayed to defend Bosnia, And because we have this together go with it, we are this special kind of, everybody loved the city. Everybody loved the city. Everybody was kind of, we love, everybody loved Bosnia. And we were kind of eager to defend it. And I know the United Nations start coming in, to try to peace holder and this stuff that never worked. But they were saying, if you knew what they have, so we're coming between sides. We were going back and forth, and they said, if you knew what they have, you would run immediately. But at the same time, if you knew how much they're afraid of you, you would attack them tomorrow, And that was this atmosphere there, They were only good when they attacking civilians. They were only courageous when they bombing the cities from the distance. And they were kind of raping and doing atrocities to the women, But when you fire back, then it's a different story, at the beginning they called everybody to surrender the weapon.
Mm.
And those who were naive enough to give the weapons, they were slaughtered and put in concentration camps.
Mm.
Those who said, no, I don't think so.
This is Srebrenica.
Srebrenica came later.
Uh-huh.
I'll give you a few kind of words about Srebrenica, about how we were played, you know. But at the very beginning, the Bosnian Krajina, like Prijedor, like Bosanski Most, like all these towns and cities in a northwest Bosnia, where they surrendered the weapons, thinking, okay, let's work it out. They were all put in a concentration camp and expelled, you know, because it was open ethnic cleansing at that time.
And the whole world was watching.
And whole world was watching.
And UN was also there.
UN was there. UN was there watching.
Yeah.
And they put embargo on weapons. They said nobody in that area cannot have weapons.
But in this case, it was the Bosnians who didn't have anything.
Yes, Serbia, they hardly had enough. You know, Croatia was open from the west, so they can get whatever they want. Only we were in the middle, surrounded with no access to weapons.
Landlocked.
Locked completely, surrounded. Whatever we can grab from them, you know, in a fight, that's what we had.
Mm-hmm.
And that was going on. I mean, it's just unexplainable how we survived. Nobody can explain. There is no kind of strategy. Those army generals, they cannot figure it out.
So when does Islam come into play in Bosnia and in this war? When does Islam, and you know, when did you start thinking, okay, look, I got to go back to Islam, I got to go back to my religion? What was that? Because, you know, for example, you have a lot of Bosnians, you know, we hear stories, for instance, that, you know, I mean, you know, Bosnians were dating Serbians, and they were dating Croats, and it was all kinds of mess was going on.
Mixed, yeah.
It was just all kinds of stuff going on. And then when the war begins, all of that was gone, and they were just, if you even just had a name, Ahmed
just a name.
Muhammad,
That's all the name. That's all it takes. Just a name. Just a name enough to make you Muslim there and to be.
That's
killed.
it.
That's it. Nothing else. Nothing else needed. And when Islam kicked in, and we realized that Islam was attacked, actually, when we realized they are hating us because we are Muslims, even though we were not much of the Muslims. And then we kind of realized that they are attacking because we're Muslims. This much they hate Islam. They start this propaganda about, they want to create this Jamahiriya here. They want to create Islamic State.
Right,
we cannot allow that to happen. I was like, what? You don't even know how to pray. What are you talking about? But now they are attacking us, and now so we're going to defend. If you attack, we were defending at the same time Bosnia, and we started defending Islam, and we were ready to die for it, you know. And I remember that when somebody says that Bosnians would die for Islam, but they would not live for Islam, you know. And it was like that. People have kind of, you know, people have kind of started coming back to their senses, you know, and they start kind of getting back, you know, to practicing. Now, what they're saying, there is no atheist in the foxhole, you know. You know, everybody when it starts kind of, when it comes the age, start praying. And I'll tell you, some unusual things did happen. Some supernatural things that people witnessed. For example, there is the well-known story about the mosque being completely kind of destroyed, and as I'm playing from it. And people, they are shooting and looking for the kind of speakers and stuff, you know. And people have survived in an unusual way, you know. The guys kind of, they are executing Muslims, and the guy go with the gun executing one by one, you know, and the guy in the meantime waiting to be executed recite Ayatul Kursi, that's all he knows, and he kind of, you know, that kind of, I mean, there are many stories that I cannot think from top. I experienced them myself. Everybody did. And we will start coming back to our senses. World was watching. Europe was completely kind of, you know, on the side.
Just watching the show.
Just watching, waiting for them to get it over with. This shouldn't take this long. Just come on, wrap it up.
I mean, is this because all of a sudden resistance started and they didn't expect this resistance?
Nobody expected this resistance. You know, nobody expected this resistance can be this strong against this army.
You're talking about the
fourth army in Europe against militia, against just baseball bats,
subhanallah,
a few weapons here and there. I had when I got my first rifle, I got 20 bullets, and I'm thinking I can kill 20 people with it. That was my kind of belief. But moral is huge.
Yeah.
When you kill moral, you're done. That's it. But our moral was always high. And then I remember when I was listening to the memoirs of Madeleine Albright. She was a Secretary of State at that time. Yeah. And I remember that when Francois Mitterrand, French president, came in 1993 he landed in Sarajevo. We all thought he came as a savior. He came out of blue. And then she later says everything was ready for intervention. The United States were ready to attack them. And he came just for a reason to prevent it, to stop United States for attacking the Serbs. And what happened later, that now during the Bush era, old Bush era, America was completely uninvolved. With Clinton came, they became more interested in the region. Biden played a huge role, helping. He was on the Bosnian side. But one thing that I don't really understand, that nobody does understand, sometimes in the middle of 93, the kind of game switched. We were not losing territory anymore, we were gaining territory. We kind of start winning, and winning. And we will start kind of getting cities back.
Yeah, no, I remember what I had read, I remember saying there was a newspaper articles coming out saying that that was the concern that the rest Europe and also West in general had, that there was they were gaining land, they were not losing anymore, they were actually gaining even the Serbian land.
We were kind of gaining the country back.
Yeah.
We came,
and that major mountain, I don't remember, I guess there was a very major mountain that was captured, that was never captured even during World War I.
I was there.
Huh?
Yeah, I was on those mountains.
Interesting.
Then something came. I forgot to mention this part. We had no help whatsoever, from the Europe, nor from the at that time United States. The United States was supporting but doing nothing. But when we saw some brothers, Muslims, start coming, kind of just randomly,
I mean, from all over the Muslim world.
From all over the Muslim world, unorganized.
Just coming to help.
Just coming to help. I know there was nothing there to take. So their intention has to be clean, pure. So they came and they started fighting, for the
defending the Muslims.
And the very start story, this Mujahideen start coming, and they are kind of good fighters. And we were nothing like them. We were not that courageous, nowhere close. And they started fighting like fighting. They came to die. I mean, we haven't seen nothing similar. One of that mountain called Vlasic, that I was there as a backup. We let them. They wanted to. The just idea which area they climbed and how they got on the thick fog, and they kind of liberated mountain by killing 200 of them, and none of them died. Zero. And that was we couldn't do that. That was out of reach for us. And then the other mountain that I was just.
And this is how far into the fighting? I mean, how many years?
That was already 95.
Already 95. So 3 years of fighting has gone on.
Yes.
And now there is people coming and there's a pushback.
Yeah, there is a pushback. There was huge pushback.
Yeah.
I believe nothing. If it wasn't interrupted,
Europe would have been taken.
We probably will start with. I'm not sure what to say, but we will liberate the Bosnia.
Yeah.
Bosnia will liberate.
So is that's what I had read, is that the Dayton Peace Treaty, which was signed, that was signed, was that the West was looking at this thing saying, okay, hold on, this was supposed to be.
This will get out of hand now. This is supposed to be done in 3 months. Now they are getting control over the entire country. So let's stop them now.
So what do we do now? And this was John Major, I think, at the time, no?
That was a Holbrook.
Holbrooke. Richard Holbrooke.
Richard Holbrooke was
Yeah.
the
No,
ambassador of the United States.
Yes.
He played a major role.
Yeah, and Clinton, they
he left us. He left. He was the. I think. I mean, I'm not an expert, but I blame him.
And this Dayton was actually signed in Ohio.
In Ohio, right?
So what happened? The people came here. Certain representatives from this side or that side. Did they come and they signed this treaty? Or
what happened first? Srebrenica happened. You know.
Srebrenica. Yeah, tell me about Srebrenica.
Srebrenica was tiny town surrounded by the Serbs.
Uh-huh.
We have two tiny towns. One tiny town called Žepa, surrounded by Serbs, and Goražde a little bit like a city, also surrounded by the Serbs. None of them were captured. They were tried many times, but they couldn't. They didn't let them. They were able to defend those two towns. But Srebrenica made a deal. They said because there were a lot of refugees and civilians there.
Because everybody was going there.
Yes.
10,000.
20,000. And they said, okay, we're going to surround the weapons. And you stop bombing.
Mm.
And United Nations make sure that nothing happened to us.
That was a deal.
That was a deal. You know. And imagine this now as few months after, maybe I don't know when was deal made, I don't say a year later, you know. Now these courageous soldiers, Serbian soldiers, decided just to march down and to
massacre.
And there was 20 Dutch soldiers protecting.
Yeah,
they couldn't do nothing.
That was by design too.
And I don't know. I don't want to speculate, but what happened, who did what, because I don't know. But it was just completely. We were kind of
10,000 killed.
Played. 8,500 something.
In one night, I heard. Is that?
It took them 3 nights.
3 nights, 8,500 people killed.
It takes time. It takes logistics to kill this many people and bury them. You know.
8,500 people slaughtered.
Yeah.
And this was a camp, wasn't it? I mean, these were refugee camps.
No, this was a town where people lived. You know, this was just town, and they gathered them in one area. They put the women and children in the buses, and they kind of send them out, and they kill all the males, all the men between 15 and whatever. I mean, 75, I guess.
Men were killed,
stepping on the babies and stuff like that. But what happened to me, I remember a couple of years ago, I was flying to Bosnia, and I happened to be sitting next to the 2 Srebrenica women, you know. And now we started a conversation, you know, and they said, "Oh yeah, where are you from?" I said, "They said we're from Srebrenica." I was like, such stupid question from my side, just to kind of have conversation going. Oh, well, did you have anybody, you know, died? She was like this.
Are you serious?
100.
Allahu Akbar.
I know 100 relatives and family that died. I was like, sorry, my bad. Apologize. It was stupid questions, you know.
So 3 nights, 8,500 people get killed.
Right.
And this is happening in the heart of Europe at the time.
Right.
Now, you know, the camps, they always show the camps that at least we were watching, your people completely like skeletons.
That was at the beginning. That was not Srebrenica. There was like more than Prijedor in Western Europe. All these people that was captured, they put in the concentration camp. Male.
Oh, so so they go into the town and they just slaughter the whole town.
The Srebrenica was the only town where the genocide happened. It happened in many other places, but not on that scale. You know.
Srebrenica is all
Srebrenica was just kind of top everything, you know.
So what are people thinking? I mean, now what happens now?
What happened? I mean, just before that, now we are kind of still on offensive, liberating the Bosnia, and now they're coming to us and we have to stop. I was like, I just have to stop now. I mean, they are holding us 3 years, and you're telling us now we have to stop? I said, yeah.
You have to stop this war.
You have to stop now this offense.
So America comes in and says you have to stop.
I mean, I was surprised that America would say that, because they said the Serbia cannot take all these refugees, because if you don't stop, they will get involved. Serbia would get involved in the war openly. I mean, but Serbia was so weakened because Croatia liberated Croatia in 2 weeks.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah.
It was just as long as it took him to walk the land, they were all out. Now all those people went to the Serbia. Serbia was weakened by the sanctions to that point that inflation was through the roof. For example, if you walk into a restaurant, I was told that later, if you walk into a restaurant, you pay right away.
Yeah.
Because by the time you finish meal, the price might go up.
Yeah.
It was that bad. And now they said they got all these refugees from the Croatia and said they cannot take all these refugees from Bosnia. No, you have to stop. Let's talk about it. And our president said, I don't think so. They said if you don't, you're gonna we have no choice but to bomb you.
Off.
Now the Holbrook saying if you don't stop,
they'll bomb you.
They'll bomb you. And
but see, the way it was presented in the U.S. was, America is going to save the Bosnians.
That's how they painted, but we didn't need any saving at that time.
Yeah, when the saving was needed, nobody came.
We needed 92, 93 saving.
Yeah, nobody came.
95, we didn't need any saving.
So now, when you're actually getting what you need back, you come to save in the name of saving.
Now they are saving us.
So now
by creating this Dayton peace agreement.
Yeah, so this creates the federation.
This creates federation, and this creates a Serbian republic that was created on a genocide, on a killing, on a raping, on God knows what else.
And do we know the number of sisters raped in this time? No one knows.
Probably there is a number, but it's a lot.
So now, okay, so a federation gets created. You have Bosnia, you have Kosovo, you have Albania, Yugoslavia is gone.
Albania that's different.
It's already there.
Yeah, Albania is already. Kosovo is part of Serbia. They're gonna. Kosovo got it easy. I mean, they bombed the Serbia right away. Clinton bombed Serbia as soon as the Kosovo.
Right.
The first village was slaughtered.
I remember the KSA was formed and all that too. But so, if you connect that to now, are there similarities to what's happening again in Bosnia, or there to what could happen or what's happening now? I mean, to what happened prior to.
I mean, to put things in perspective, this war in Bosnia, I'm not sure was it 11th or 12th slaughter on Muslims since Ottomans left.
12th time. 12 different
maybe 11th or 12th, but let's say it's 11th massacre on Muslims in 150 years. So this never actually stops. They were just waiting for right opportunity.
So are you telling me that this now, the 12th or the 13th time may begin?
I don't feel the same vibe like it was in the 92. Because
inshallah this doesn't happen, but is this because Muslims are so much more aware now?
Muslims are more aware, and I believe what Dodik is doing right now, just testing the water to see, because this Dayton peace agreement was not sustainable to begin with. This cannot stay like this.
Like Lebanon, almost.
I mean, we have 3 presidents,
right?
And a Serbian president, his only job is to obstruct. Whatever you decide, he has to say no. So he cannot come to any deals, any conclusion, nothing. We have joined army, and what Dodik wants now, he wants to create his own army.
Right, that's the Serbian side.
That's Serbian side. And now this is all this thing going on about people kind of getting kind of scared and afraid that he wants to create his own army, and he wants to start war again. But I don't think he has the strength for that.
And why do you say that?
Because the people, the Serbians,
they don't want that.
They don't want it. They were fooled. They understand they didn't like it either. So they don't want it. They don't feel like it. But something has to be done. Something has to be done because he cannot stay like this.
Meaning you're saying this is not sustainable
at all. And everybody's going to tell you that. They were just temporary solution until just stop the war, and then let's figure it out.
So how are the Muslims now in Bosnia? How, when you go to Bosnia now, what kind of sense do you get in your, are the Muslims getting more? There's more education of Islam, and there's more Islam. What do you see now? Like when you,
there is Islam, there is people in the mosques because now the Bosnian party, the leading Bosnian party is Muslim party. So now if you have to kind of, when you have some holding some positions, you better show up in the mosque. Let's you in the first row. And
so Islam is still being used as political tool.
Political gain.
Yeah.
Yeah, political gain. So there is a lot of Islam, but there is very, very little Iman, I believe.
Would the people love to have the Ottomans back?
Well, I'm not sure. I'm not sure, but I know that that our president has a very close tie with Erdogan.
With Turkey.
And we need somebody close enough, you know.
So what role does Turkey play now in Bosnia? I mean, do they come there building masajid? What do they do?
I mean, honestly, not that much. They're investing more in Serbia, than what I heard, than in Bosnia. You know. But they did rebuild a few masajids here and there, but nothing like. And the other side, our government, I have to admit, is corrupted. So I don't know how to invest, to whom to invest, you know.
Because people don't trust anyone.
Yeah.
There's no trust.
There's no trust there.
Let me look at some of the questions here. He says here, is it true that there is a whole age of group of Bosnian men that were killed? And why were they targeting Muslims? I think we answered that.
That was Srebrenica, yes. Yeah, that was what we said about Srebrenica. Entire 8,500 some Muslims between 15 and 75 were killed in a period of 3 days and 3 nights.
How does that? I'm thinking of like logistically. How do you kill 8,500?
It takes some logistics to do that and to bury them and then to move them. You know,
move the bodies.
They have to move the bodies because they captured the graves via satellites. You know, and so I had to move them from one place to another.
So nobody sees proofs.
Nobody sees proofs. But now they are still digging out every year. They are still digging out them up to this date. You know, they find. I was there. I'm not sure. It was 5 or 6 years ago. When I was every July 11th, it's commemoration of what happened, and there is janazas. Whatever they exhumed for the past year, you know that. Is janaza for those people, and you are carrying the I'm kind of lost the word.
The funeral,
you know, the place where you put the body, coffin.
Yeah.
And there is 2 bones in there.
Subhanallah.
You know, and you bury that because that's all they could find. You know.
So here's the thing. At the time, so this is 90s going on. At the time, also Afghanistan was also going on, right? 90s, 80s, all of this.
Right, yeah. I think so.
You know, sometimes the Muslims ask this question. They say, oh, you know, like, I was having this conversation at the masjid today after I gave a khutbah somewhere, and then they were saying, you know, people are like, oh, no, you know, do we have really time to think about what's happening over there? We have so much to think about here. I mean, this was a conversation, even the last session, sometimes Muslims are thinking, they think this way. I'm wondering, did the Bosnians at that time think about what was happening to, let's say, Muslims in other lands, or that was not their concern?
I mean, at that time, situation.
I know the communism
was so dire. I mean, it's before the war or during the war.
Even before the war. I mean,
before the war, we didn't consider
Islam or Muslims.
Islam or Muslims like to be any part of us, you know, to be concerned about. You know,
so
there was a Muslim, but yeah, it's too bad. War, Iran war was happening. Yeah.
Yes, 10 years that went on.
Yeah, it's
Palestine was going on.
Yeah,
even at that time, it was hot actually, much more hotter than today.
Yeah. It was, I mean, just something on the news. No concern.
No concern
among the common people.
No, the reason I'm asking is that, you know, and then all of a sudden war comes to Bosnia, right? Something you never think about, and all of a sudden, because maybe we neglected another area of the Muslims, it comes to us. Like, for instance, you know, in Syria, also, a lot of the brothers in Syria, they tell me also, we never cared about what happened in Palestine. It's only hours away from us. Meaning, it wasn't as much as what... And now, 10 years, 12 years of war, and we never ever thought that we would be refugees in our own lands. That we would be, you know, that you hear the same things from many different parts of the world. What advice do you have to the Muslims now, as we are seeing conflicts in Yemen and conflicts in Syria and so many parts of the world, the whole, you know, in Africa, all of this? What do you, from your experience, that, you know, what should the Muslims, what lessons should they learn from what you saw?
From my perspective,
Yes.
From somebody who grew up in a communist country and had to learn hard way, and slowly came to Islam, and now understanding and trying my best to understand my deen to the best I can. And one thing it bothers me when I hear Muslims saying, when they blaming superpowers, when they blaming some other people, lobbyists, creating stuff, for them, and so now, too bad America wants this, too bad Russia wants that, this is all, kind of pre-designed for us,
Right.
It's, playing victims, But what I learned when I was start coming to it, it was kind of obvious. I don't know much. So if I know this, everybody should know this. That we have creator, that can kind of abolish anybody plans in a heartbeat without any effort. That can mess up anyone plans in a moment. And we have a book with explanations what needs to be done. And if we have problems, we should either blame ourselves or show active patience. We cannot just be patient and say, too bad.
I like the word active patience.
We have to be active while patient. We have to do something in order to change. For example, if I'm seeing things in Syria, I have to be honest 100% with myself. What can I do about it? Can I go there? Probably not an option. I cannot do nothing going there.
Individuals, what can they do?
Do I have enough money? No, I barely support my family, for example. Or all I can do, I'm going to wake up 10 minutes before Fajr, I'm going to pray for them. Because this is only I have. If we have this mindset, we will be on top of the world.
And at least do something.
Do something. But be honest what you can do.
Be honest
if
with
you have money,
Allah.
give the money. If you don't have, if you have means, if you have knowledge, if you have something, use it. But if you have none of that, at least make this sincere dua. Do that. If we can kind of join in doing this, be together, then we will be on the top.
Let me follow up with another question. What is the difference between what is taking place in Syria and what happened in Bosnia?
There's a huge difference, enormous difference. We were attacked by the enemies of the Imam of the Islam.
Of Islam, Serbians, yeah.
Yes, this was enemies of the Deen. In Syria, things happening among Muslims, and that hurts even more.
So there's a revolution taking place in Syria. That's a whole different thing. But is it true that many of those who came as refugees, the Christians converted them to Christianity?
No,
that's not true.
That's not true. We did assimilate to American way of life. I admit that, but nobody was converted to anything that I know of.
So do the Bosnian youth today here living in the West, do they know that history of what happened?
Yeah, they do. They're very aware of it. Yeah.
And how do they look at that? How do they look at the role of the West or the role, what do they think that they need to do that this never happens again?
I don't think they are honestly giving youth, being youth, they are giving any thoughts to that. They're just being youth, caring about what youth cares about. But they know what happened. They know the difference.
They're aware.
They are aware.
So, what do we have any other questions? No. So let me ask you, how much time do we have left? This is okay because I want to make sure.
Yeah.
Sheikh, so 10 minutes. So Bosnia, now this whole situation is taking place in Bosnia. Islamic scholarship in Bosnia, is there, growth of some type of scholarship programs in Bosnia where people learn the deen?
Actually, there is a deen is being learned.
It is being learned.
Yes. we have more the sponsorship of the students that asking to be sponsored. I think the Europe diaspora is more involved. The United States diaspora, but we just had today one self-learned half is asking for support to continue his education. You know.
Okay.
So we have that. We have now youth being educated. You know.
So do they go outside, learn, come back, or are they learning in?
They're learning there. We have kind of good kind of old madrasa. You know. We need more. We need more. You know. And you see more hijabi women than before, but it's still also mixed up. You know, mixed up. We still have these today. And today, as football, I learned this kind of really sad fact. You know, how gambling is present in Bosnia. You know, so we need to get rid of these kind of stuff. You know, that's obstacle. You know.
The other question is, you know, when you're seeing when you're hearing the kind of things like in Syria, the massacres that happened in Syria, like in Aleppo, for instance, in Hama and Homs and Idlib and all these places where this was happening, you know, when you see those the images of war, what goes through your mind when you're seeing, you know, the Muslims of Syria go through, because you've seen it live?
I did, but I have to admit that these damages that I see in Syria, we didn't have these kind of heavy bombings. Heavy bombs. The destruction I see in Syria, that's I still cannot comprehend. We didn't have these kind of destructions. So I even for me it's hard to imagine how the people go through, what kind of explosions they hear, you know, what kind of rebels they have to deal with, you know.
So Bosnia was more of killing of I know. Hold on. Is there a revolution taking place in Bosnia right now? No, but let me go back to this thing though. In Bosnia, it was killing of just human beings directly. There was no destruction of property or destruction of.
There was, but we didn't have such a powerful rockets, you know, they can destroy everything is built. One thing about the communist architecture, everything is built from concrete. You know, everything just is heavy buildings, you know, that has to last forever and serve the purpose. The beauty was not a factor, you know. So we have these heavy buildings that are not easily destroyed, you know. And we didn't have nothing more than 120 millimeters, you know, to shoot. So you need 20 or 30 tanks. It'll take care of the whole business. To took the house down. And so
I mean, in Syria, I guess also because we have, you know, in Syria you have so many
superpowers. One did kind of put two buildings down.
Yeah, I mean they're using barrel bombs, and the Russians are involved, the Iranians are involved, the Americans are involved.
Lately, we had none of those. Yeah.
So destruction is not the same. So I'm sure there are books being written on this. Have you ever thought about writing a book regarding what you have seen? I mean, you were there almost the whole war. How did you get out of it, by the way?
Oh, that I can write a book about that.
So how did you get out of this war? I mean, this is a mess that's going on.
I kind of got just before the end, you know, that I was 25 at that time. I had enough of it. You know.
When the war begins, you are what, 25? 22, and now you're 25. Okay.
To be perfectly honest, I had enough of it.
Yeah, I'm sure.
You know? And I wasn't sure. I mean, now you see this corruption taking places, and you're not sure what you're fighting anymore. You know, and I wasn't sure if I'm gonna die when I'm gonna die. And you know, I mean, I wasn't. That just thoughts got into my head. I mean, I saw a lot. You know, so I kind of blame myself, but at the same time, my mind was messed up with all that I've seen. Yeah. And I'm supposed to be, in a kind of studying. You know, I had to now experience this kind of fears. And
I mean, did you see the massacres and all of that?
No, I didn't see any of that.
You were more in the mountains.
We were more in the city because they didn't get to us. You know, we were kind of on the safe side. So massacres didn't happen where we were. You know, just
because you guys were defending.
We were defending. We were just like, you know, you cannot just
come into us.
You have to kill us all.
So those who gave up the weapons were slaughtered.
Yeah.
I mean, they were fooled into giving it.
They were fooled into giving up the weapons. And they were either slaughtered or put in concentration camps. And those people, what they experienced, that's really horrible. I don't know how they stay sane, to be honest with you.
Are there people around there?
Yeah, they are here. We have a lot of them here. How
you
they kept the sanity, I don't know.
SubhanAllah. So how do you get out of this place?
We were at this flushage place, liberating the mountain, and after that I came home. Sarajevo was under the siege. We have this tunnel. So imagine a city that had 600,000 population, but it was kind of 300 something during the war. And the only way in and out, it's one tunnel under the airport, under the runway.
Uh-huh.
And it's only one-way tunnel that two humans cannot go two ways. So it's either open coming out or coming in, And everything coming through the tunnel, supplies, food, weapons, people, everything. And there was always a madhouse in front of it.
Yeah, sure.
And military police is guarding it. And to get in and out, you need president to sign for it as individual. But if you go as a unit, you have a kind of right of the way. And we knew that unit has a right of the way. And there was one seriously heavy, scary, dangerous, and just a place where a horse committed suicide. So can you imagine that? Horse literally committed suicide. He was carrying the weapons and the food up and down the mountain, And people are swearing, said, this horse came at the edge of the cliff and jumped.
The horses?
Horse. Couldn't handle it anymore. He jumped literally off the cliff of the mountain.
And this was common or one horse?
There was one horse did it.
Uh-huh.
And just to give you a perspective how
even animals can't
severe, animals cannot take it, And we just came from this mountain, and let's go now to a different mountain, to this same mountain. At the same time, you see people in the city my age, sitting out, doing nothing, because their dad signed them off something, or they played dumb, They have somebody to kind of...
They never played a role in the war.
They're all my age, and they're kind of dressing nice, going out, city is safe for them.
In this whole war situation?
You
still find people like that?
Yeah, many,
That's
and
amazing.
I was like, what am I doing here? Why didn't I go? I don't want to go anymore. I'm done.
Uh-huh.
And I was like, my friend, it was kind of idea. Nobody want to fight anymore. This war has to end. And we decided we're gonna leave. How are we gonna leave? We're gonna leave to the tunnel. We're gonna go somewhere. And that's when I realized, when I came to the United States, I said, God wanted us to be here. Because this doesn't happen just like that. What we had to go through. So when we came in front of the tunnel, it's a madhouse. Madhouse, people want to come in, everybody yelling, screaming, police shouting. And this guy says, only army is coming through right now. But you can be a soldier, but you have to be with your unit in order to go through. And now I'm saying to this guy, police, okay, we have more army. So an army and police didn't go together very well. So we got into and he let us, he looked at us, he let us inside the tunnel, and he closed the door. Now what happens, there's no way back.
You better go.
There's no changing mind now. You are inside, you have to go. You can only go forward. And because coming back, it's the same story, just 10 times harder, And we now got out, and we have to we climb on the top of the mountain, and we're looking for transportations to the nearest town. And this guy, we have to be, military police is kind of catching everybody. Everybody is trying to escape. And we came on the top of the mountain, and we said, okay, there's any transportation to this town in central Bosnia? They said, just left 10 minutes ago. I was like, next time maybe come never. There's no time. They just come randomly show up, And then we went down there now there is some police going as a shift to different police on this very bridge that we are kind of scared of. And because you have to go over that bridge. And if they catch us, they will, God knows, do what with us. And then we go with that military police, and what we realized that actually that military police, it's a shift to this bridge police. And we kind of befriended. It's kind of a few hours trip, and we came there. The same bus that we missed was sitting there, completely checked, who didn't have any paperwork, he was stepping out. They're just releasing the bus, and we just kind of walked into the bus and went to this city where we're supposed to go. And now it's scary part. Now we have to change clothes from the uniforms to the civilians and go into enemy territory. Now, if they get us there, we are just done, But there's no other way. And there is a small town in central Bosnia which is kind of divided by Croatia and Muslims. And now we have to kind of get across without we have to come up with a story. And we have 10 stories in our mind, which I don't know who's going to come across. And it was God given rain. It was start coming down as we walking by. And now these people, those policemen went inside this little house shed that they had there. And as we were crossing by, we kind of waved, and they waved back, and we crossed. No question asked. So now we went deeper. Now definitely no coming back.
There's no return.
The further you go, the less chance you're coming back, changing your mind. I have to keep going. And we met our contact there. And
so how many people are now at
me
this
and my
time?
friends.
Two
of us. Uh-huh. And we now met our guy.
Did you change your clothes yet or no?
We changed. We are civilians now. We are now Croatians running away from this.
And you can speak Croatian?
With the same language. Same language. Now we are just Muslims running away from this Muslims regime. So if he asks us now, we are running away. Yeah. And we met this guy who is this special force Croatia soldier that we're going to pay him. He knows who we are, and to send us to kind of help us get to the Croatia, to the country. And we went there, we met him, and imagine this. We are sitting, and some guys came and he said, hi. Are you those two guys? I said, yes. Came just here, so nobody asked you any questions until this guy comes. I was like, okay. And we kind of had some little conversation, and this guy came, and he said, okay, this much, I'm going to take you to here, and from there, you're going to pay another little, and to cross to the Croatia. And said, okay. He took us down there to this town, but this town was the worst possible place, where Muslims are hated the most. Just kind of, and he took us in a bar, and he met us with the cab driver. We're supposed to give him like $100 to get across. This guy asking for $1,000. $1,000 German marks, Deutsch marks. The same as asking $1 million.
Yeah.
What are you talking about, man? 1,000? How? We said $100, and this guy said $100. Who's going to take $100? Two of you. We're like, that's what he told us. And he said, really? And the guy said, sorry, but I have to go. I have to go back to my post. I was like, you're not going anywhere until we figure this out. It's like, sorry, but I have to go. And he left. Now he left two of us in enemy territory without money. And this guy wants $1,000. I was like, dude, what the heck? Right? And he was like, I said, let me go somewhere that, let me see if somebody's going to take you for, so we have $300. That's all what we have.
$300?
300 is Deutschmarks. Can you make it work? And he said, okay, let me try. And he left. Now we are sitting in this bar, and there are 5 of them already getting drunk there, start provoking, asking questions. They still believe that we are, they don't know who we are, but they couldn't comprehend the idea we are Muslims there. And this guy came back and said, okay, this is $300. The guy will do it. And he took us to some border, and he had to running, jumping across the, fences and hiding here. It took about 15-20 minutes to kind of get across to this, across the border to some house, and over there was a guy saying, "Okay, welcome to Croatia." Now by speaking by our dialect, you can say that we are not from there.
Of course,
we have Bosnian dialect, and now they know that we are not Croatian 100%. So keep your mouth shut. If somebody asks you anything, just try not to engage in a conversation. Now we have to go to bus to go to the Split. And the Split is now major city. When we get there, it's going to be much easier. We still have no idea what we're going to do in Split. We're going to sleep, eat nothing.
There's no money now. There's nothing.
We have something that we kind of sew in our clothes. We just cannot expose this now. We just need something. We had some money, and we had
hiding
with a few $100. Just we must have this now.
Yes.
And now this guy is saying us, okay, I'm going to take you to the bus station, You just walk into bus. Don't. Here's the
Don't
money.
speak.
Here's the Croatian money for the bus for the ticket. Don't go to the main station. Exit before that, and that's it. I was like, okay. And we got into the bus, and he gave us 50 of these Croatian money. And this guy now coming collecting for tickets. He came to us. I was like, 2 tickets. And he said 56. Like, I have 50 only. And he's like, it's 56. I was like, dude. I cannot now talk too much, And I put money in my pocket, and I had this 10 German marks, which would make 40 of these Croatian monies. I was like, would this help? He said, yeah. He took it. I was like, this was close. This was close. If he got caught here, it was like, seriously. And then we got to the split. It's like, now what? When we were in Croatia, they gave us this. We had no idea. I mean, we lived without electricity for 3 years. But there was this new technology with this prepaid card that you stick in a payphone and you can call. But we know we have to put coins in there, but prepaid card was like kind of some technology unheard of to us. And
so 3 years without electricity.
Without electricity.
Yeah. And now 7-8 years in Syria. But no, I understand. Yeah.
And then the guy called and said, our parents are losing the mind, so let's call them that we are at Croatia at least, so they know that we are safe. And he put this the card in the phone, and he called his mom. And his mom said, oh, great, but your cousin is in Split. Why don't you give him a call?
Uh-huh.
And his cousin worked for this Associated Press, which is he had connections. And we called him, and he picked the phone, and he said, we are Split. And I said, what you're doing in Split? I said, long story, we are here. Let's meet somewhere. And we cannot ask.
Were you ever there before? And before the war, did you go to these areas at all?
Never,
did you know?
ever.
You never knew.
Completely brand new to me.
And were you out of Bosnia ever before?
Yeah, we not much. I was once in Italy.
But you traveled.
We traveled through the country. Mm-hmm. We had no money to travel outside. Anyway, he met us and he said, "What do you plan to do?" I was like, "We plan to go to Italy." Italy was like a few hundred miles away. And the thing is, at that time, you can cross illegally into any country you want, and then just go to first police station. They cannot send you back. They have to take you. They put you in some camp, whatever. Just put me wherever. As long as it's peace and not shooting, I'm okay. I don't mind where you put me.
I understand.
And we got to this apartment, and his apartment is full of the women and pregnant women and kids and refugees, and it was like chaos. And there was this local woman sitting there and asking, "What do you guys plan to do now?" And I was like, "Italy." It was like, it's not really good for Bosnians there. And I was like, so I don't know, but I don't have any other choice. I said, "Why don't you go to America?" I was like, "How do you get there?" "I'm not going in any boats for 3 months or weeks sitting there somewhere high. I'm not doing that. I'm done with this hiding stuff." She said, "No, I'm manager in the office that takes Bosnian refugees to United States." I was like, So what do we do? So I just come tomorrow to the office.
That's it.
And we came to the office. I didn't have any documents.
Nothing.
I didn't have ID to show. Whatever I wrote on the paper, she put there. I can write whatever I wanted. We said, okay, good. We had to an interview with the American embassy, something. He asked us a few questions. Said, okay, you're approved. You're waiting for a sponsor to come to the United States. United States, wherever sponsor comes up from. And that's how it was. 3 months later, we got sponsored from Chicago, and we came here.
And you end up in Chicago.
We end up in Chicago. And another war started in here.
Survival started.
Surviving mode.
No, I remember when you mentioned Italy, there were actually a lot of scholars, Egyptian scholars. I don't know if you know Anwar Shaban, some of these, subhanAllah, had come to Bosnia to support and help. But subhanAllah, this is amazing.
Yeah, it was quite a journey.
But this should be written, I don't know if...
I don't know how to write. I'm kind of not that smart or educated to write the book.
I don't know about that, but I think we need to... Inshallah, now this is part of... This will be in history. I mean, think about this, right? I mean, this story will be heard and so many people will watch it, inshallah, and
become famous
share.
Or something.
You never know, Hopefully, people actually hear about, subhanAllah, what life is what life is about. Brothers and sisters, I think we have learned many lessons today. One that I learned is that one of them, at least out of so many, is that when we neglect the struggle of the Muslims, when we, a lot of times we just look the other way, and we just, and subhanallah, somehow when we don't care about the rest of the ummah, then subhanallah, sometimes it comes to us. So one lesson that we must learn is we must care about what's taking place in the rest of the whole ummah. And wherever they are, we have to care, we have to realize, we need to see the ummah as an ummah. We need to realize that we are the sons and the daughters of this ummah, and we cannot just drop this ummah like an orphan. And we have to, what we have presented today, and subhanallah, from all over, so many discussions from, Sheikh Asim talking about the role of scholarship, the role of the Muslims, the role of the Muslim youth. Then we had, subhanallah, Brother Khalil and Sister Zakyah and Sister Tabitha come, and we're talking about the African American, challenges that they are facing as Muslims. And now we're talking about just Bosnia and what they face and what may happen in Bosnia. Connect this all to the struggle of the whole ummah. Don't look at this as, the individual matters. Rather, this is the struggle of the whole ummah. We are one ummah. Our struggle is one. Our identity is one. Our Quran is one. Our Sunnah is one. Our Kaaba is one. The way the place that we turn to and pray is one. We have to be united ummah, and ummah that sees the struggle as its own. Jazakumullahu khairan. Tomorrow we are beginning at 11 o'clock. We will have Dr. Shahjul Islam from Syria live, who will discuss many of the things that are happening now in Syria. As you know, Idlib is changing. Constant things are happening in Idlib. We have speakers coming from Bangladesh live, inshallah. We have also from Egypt. We're discussing Egypt and what's taking place in Egypt. Another dynamic day, inshallah. Join us tomorrow. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Wa jazakumullahu khairan for all your patience, inshallah. Assalamu alaikum.
حي الشباب العاملين خير الكتائب أجمعين من شيدوا صرح الرشاد ليرفعوا لله دين. حي الشباب العاملين خير الكتائب أجمعين من شيدوا صرح الرشاد ليرفعوا لله دين. من قد أبوا إلا الصلاة من مصلحين لا يعملون لغاية إلا صلاح المسلمين. من قد أبوا إلا الصلاح بديتهم من مصلحين لا يعملون لغاية إلا فلاح المسلمين. لا يعملون لغاية إلا فلاح المسلمين.
جاءوا الملا برسالة بيضاء من وحي الأمين ودعوا إلى السير القويم على غرار السالفين.
جاءوا الملا برسالة بيضاء من وحي الأمين ودعوا إلى السير القويم على غرار السالفين.
قسما لهم مجد نظر فاق مجد الخالد ومشى الركاب بذكرهم ندا على مر السنين.
قسما لهم مجد أبر فاق مجد الخالد ومشى الركاب بذكرهم ندا على مر السنين. قسما لهم مجد أبر فاق مجد الخالد ومشى الركاب بذكرهم ندا على مر السنين.
ومشى الركاب بذكرهم ندا على مر السنين.
حي الشباب العاملين خير الكتائب أجمعين من شيدوا صرح الرشاد ليرفعوا لله دين.
من قد أبوا
إلا الصلاة من مصلحين لا يعملون لغاية إلا فلاح المسلمين. من قد أبوا إلا الصلاح بديتهم من مصلحين لا يعملون لغاية إلا فلاح المسلمين. لا يعملون لغاية إلا فلاح المسلمين.
يا أمتي تاج الأمم ودرة العرش المكين هذا الرداء من التكاسل والخمول ستخلعين.
هي أمتي تاج الأمم ودرة العرش المكين هذا الرداء من التكاسل والخمول ستخلعين.
إن كل عزم للشيوخ وبالنجاح لهم ندي لا تجزعي أو تيسي عزم الشبيبة لا.
إن كل عزم للشيوخ وبالنجاح لهم ندي لا تجزعي أو تيأسي عزم الشبيبة لا يلي. إن كل عزم للشيوخ وبالنجاح لهم ندي لا تجزعي أو تيأسي عزم الشبيبة لا يلي.
لا تجزعي أو تيأسي عزم الشبيبة لا يلي.
حي الشباب حي الشباب حي الشباب حي الشباب العاملين.
يا فتية الإرشاد جند المجد مصباح اليقين يا فخر من حمل المشاعر للهدى في العالمين.
يا فتية الإرشاد جند المجد مصباح اليقين يا فخر من حمل المشاعر للهدى في العالمين.
سيروا إلى العليا إلى قرة عيون الحاسدين والله جل يمدكم بالعون والنصر المبين.
سيروا إلى العليا إلى قرت عيون الحاسدين والله جل يمدكم بالعون والنصر المبين. سيروا إلى العليا إلى قرت عيون الحاسدين والله جل يمدكم بالعون والنصر المبين.
والله جل يمدكم بالعون والنصر المبين.
والله جل يمدكم بالعون والنصر المبين.
حي الشباب حي الشباب حي الشباب العاملين.
حي الشباب العاملين خير الكتائب أجمعين من شيدوا صرح الرشاد ليرفعوا لله دين. من قد أبوا إلا الصلاح هديتهم من مصلحين. لا يعملون لغاية إلا فلاح المسلمين. حي الشباب العاملين خير الكتائب أجمعين من شيدوا صرح الرشاد